I'm leveling up my stats on a deserted island. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 The Terrifying Rule Monster. The dozen or so mice were all in extreme panic, curled up in the corners, and some even fainted from fear. Old Zhang, this kind of monster with a field is not easy to deal with. Shimama trembled and sneered, you haven't fought for more than 30 years. Can you do it now? If you can't, hide in here. The world tree has its own shelter ability, but shelter is actually a special ability that makes monsters unable to sense it. If you are really caught by the monster, shelter will have no effect. Nonsense, a monster that can destroy a world community. A Snakeman national hero died in the hands of this monster. How can it be easy to deal with? You are responsible for archaeology. Don't talk nonsense about other things, Zhang Ming hummed, and the hair on his body slowly stood up. The light in the room became less and less, and the room became darker and darker. It is hard to imagine that outside the room, there are patches of sunlight. At this moment, outside the world, everyone in the base camp fell into a certain fear. Can the extraordinary defeat the monsters here? They saw dark shadows slowly emerging from the ground and accurately catching mice. Adjust the light intensity quickly and test what kind of light can resist the monsters. For some reason, even the best surveillance probes can only see shadows and cannot see the true appearance of these monsters. Teaching their abilities will destroy the light source. Even some supernatural light sources will be destroyed. Only the mice in the mirror cage are still alive. A black shadow is passing through the mirror cage and is blocked back. The mirror cage is a special cage made of mirror steel. The characteristic of mirror steel is the total reflection of light. Because photons are constantly reflected between mirrors, even if there is no light source, the cage can still be bright for a long time, so it blocks the invasion of the black shadow. Suddenly, a monster attacked the extraordinary person. Suddenly, everyone in the monitoring room had their hearts jumping to their throats. Haha, I want to see what you are. Zhang Ming's body temperature rose rapidly. The long-lost battle made his adrenaline surge rapidly, and he felt an indescribable passion for battle deep in his heart. Several pale arms with black in them stretched out from the darkness and quickly grabbed his calves. He jumped forward a small step, holding the ice spear in his hand. The reason why he didn't use the abyss axe was because he was worried about sinking his boat. The moment the spear tip hit the black shadow, the icy power burst out and chopped off an arm directly. Swish, a strange thing happened. The pale arm fell directly into the darkness, as if it was mercury, disappearing in the blink of an eye. More arms grabbed at him straight. He couldn't avoid it. He even used the Eye of Time and Space to teleport 5 meters forward, but still couldn't avoid the sudden attack of these arms. They can also teleport? Spatial ability. The cold and sticky power kept flowing from those arms to his calves, trying to make him virtual and drag him into the ground. This muddled, life is worse than death, and the feeling of the whole world slowly breaking apart actually produced an inexplicable pleasure. Zhang Ming experienced it for just 1 second, and his heart was alert. He immediately activated King Kong. The brilliant golden light covered the surface of the human body and illuminated half of the room. The black shadow that was grabbing his calf was stretched out by the light of the King Kong, and the strength was rapidly reduced. Are you really afraid of the light? Zhang Ming made a prompt decision, stretched forward with 5 fingers, and wanted to catch the black shadow alive. However, as the light of the King Kong approached, the black hand instantly sneaked to other places at a very fast speed. Suddenly, the back of his hut felt cold. Zhang Ming did not look back, and he turned back. As if touching a group of hard scales, the spear passed along the scales. Zhang Ming turned around suddenly and found a group of thick black shadows, close to him, and rushed towards him with its whole body. Looking for death, he snorted coldly, and the spear spun around. AWW. The spear with lightning came with a deafening whistle, and everything in the room was shaken to pieces, and purple lightning splashed everywhere. Several cages containing mice fell to the ground. The surviving mice climbed out of the cages, scared to death. The shadow was split in half by a spear, but it was so strong that it was still alive and whooshed drilled towards the ground. Zhang Ming said nothing and used his spear to scratch a heavy scratch on the deck of the ship. Under the deck was a watertight compartment. It seemed that countless shadowy things were peeping at Zhang Ming, who was emitting golden light, through this scratch. He swung another spear and directly chiseled the deck. The golden light shone in, and the darkness like mercury retreated to the dark corner. After the fight just now, Zhang Ming knew that it was not King Kong that blocked the attack of the shadow, but the light weakened the opponent's power. After being caught by a monster, there will be an indescribable psychological touch, a bit like derealization. Zhang Ming frowned slightly. Derealization was so terrible that even he himself didn't want to experience it again. No wonder most creatures lost their ability to resist and remained motionless after being caught. Of course, if you taste it carefully, it is a little different from derealization. It has a seductive nature, as if tempting you to merge into the darkness. King Kong's defense performance is actually a bit useless. It is definitely a rule monster. No wonder the Snake Elite team was wiped out in a few minutes. Several white mice that survived the disaster clung to Zhang Ming and squeaked. If it weren't for the King Kong blocking their climb, these poor animals almost climbed up along the trouser legs. The scene in the room was even more chaotic. Arms were like flying spider legs, trying to grab Zhang Ming from time to time, but were weakened by the strong light. Zhang Ming found that the mental consumption required by King Kong was rising sharply, rising to 10 times the original in just 1 minute. He could only pick up the magnesium powder on the table and whispered, "Shimima, help me keep an eye on it. I want to catch one alive. Don't click randomly until the critical moment, don't worry about me doing things. You guys hit them quickly, hit them quickly." He handed another strong light bomb to Ms. Hulu. The next moment, he took a deep breath and directly removed the King Kong. Without the cover of light, countless black things rushed towards him instantly. The sticky and cold feeling would cause the body to become empty and the soul to freeze. Zhang Ming endured a huge pain at the soul level and grabbed a black thing in the dark with his backhand. It was as slippery as a loach, hard like a corpse, and even had a strange smell of rotting scales. "I caught you," old Zhang laughed and taunted, "who has a longer blood bar, you or me?" What's even more incredible is that Zhang Ming was clearly wearing a pair of special non-slip gloves made of irregular materials. And he clearly felt that the monster's flesh and blood seemed to penetrate the non-slip gloves, as if it was completely attached to his muscles. Shimima did not dare to neglect it and ignited the magnesium powder. The huge light once again illuminated the entire space, and then it laughed wildly. Under the light, strange creatures with shriveled heads appeared crookedly in the surveillance. Its body was like a 3-meter slug, exuding slippery mucus, and its slender tentacles possessed great power that ordinary life had never possessed. Under the irradiation of strong light, this strange creature turned red, and its body continued to spread in the air like ink, appearing extremely painful. In the next second, this strange creature caught by Zhang Ming decisively chose to cut off his arm to survive. With a light snap, there was a sound of flesh tearing. It tore off a part of its flesh, drilled into the ground, and disappeared. The brightness of the flash bomb was like a small sun, illuminating the room. In addition, after the fight just now, the sunlight from outside shone in, and all the monsters fled without a trace in a second. The remaining piece in Zhang Ming's hand also kept dissipating like ink. He didn't know what it was, so he cut it in half and placed one half in the dark. He threw the other half in the sun. This tentacle-like thing emitted a lot of black gas, like an earthworm, twisting constantly. In the end, there was only a thin piece of skin like a living creature, which was only about 3 millimeters thick, without any muscle components, and some snake-like scales on it. This seems to be the tail of a snake man. After being silent for a long time, the very nervous Hulu classmate suddenly said, "You may not be able to eat it, and you can't convert it into attribute points. You've worked in vain." Zhang Ming picked up this thing and studied it over and over for a long time. Is it a rattlesnake snake man? The tail of this snake man looked a little brittle under the sun, and there were signs of decay on its surface, and it smelled fishy. 7 snake men once disappeared in this world. Did the black thing occupy their bodies? He went back to take a look, and the flesh and blood placed in the dark also turned into a piece of snake scales, still emitting thick black mist. "Hey, did you see it? It seems that this thing cannot be preserved." Zhang Ming found a pair of tweezers, studied the flesh and blood for a long time, and said to the people behind him, "If it is placed in light conditions, it will evaporate quickly, leaving only a piece of skin. If it is placed in dark conditions, it will also evaporate, but the speed is slower. I think it's better not to bring it back to the world, otherwise if these black air is contagious, I'm afraid it will cause a big disaster." Zhang Ming carefully sensed his body, and a trace of black air penetrated into his pores, which was slowly repelled by the power of King Kong, "and after I come back, I have to be isolated for a while. What if I get an infectious disease? It's troublesome. Chapter 402, Meeting of Seven Civilizations. A strong fear appeared in the base camp at the rear. The human and snake leaders looked at each other. Their faces were not very good. Although Zhang Ming easily resisted the attack and grabbed part of the monster's body, it was because his resistance was fully pulled, and he even had some soul resistance. Moreover, he knew the rules and knew that the other party was afraid of light, so he could do it. It was not surprising that the elite snake team was wiped out within a few minutes without any information. What's more, from the structure of that layer of skin, it was indeed the tail of a rattlesnake, from one of the snake people named Huonglin. It will spread, it is a contagious disaster, one of the professors muttered to himself. Mr. Zhang, how much combat power do you think is needed to defeat these monsters? How many levels of strength did you exert? Zhang Ming was silent for a moment, and said, I just exerted the combat power of the level of the spiritual extreme. The mental attacks of these monsters are very powerful. Even ordinary touches will bring strong mental pollution. If the mental power is less than 2000, it may be paralyzed instantly. If it is greater than 2000, it can resist for a while, a few seconds. If you carry targeted lighting props, I think a team of national level with proper cooperation can still defeat these monsters. So there is no need to be too nervous, these words are actually the truth. He did not use the burning soul magic just now, and it is indeed only the combat power of the spiritual extreme. But in the ears of humans and snake people, these monsters are already unimaginably powerful. Even if you try your best to kill a few of them, what's the point? If all the creatures in the demon sea become like this, people really don't know how to resist. They can only shrink in their own world and rely on the protection of the world. This strange creature similar to a shadow does not seem to have spread to the outside world, and only exists in this unknown world. One of the snake people said, we should have some time. The expert team in the monitoring room discussed it. It may be because they have not yet adapted to the biological rules of our community. There are subtle differences in the rules of two different world communities. It may also be that the world will of this world has not yet completely died, so it blocks the spread of these monsters. However, even the most optimistic people realize that the disaster has spread. This world is like a seed that breeds a large number of monsters, and no one knows when it will bloom and bear fruit. What's more terrifying is that this world is right next to humans and snake people, only 500,000 kilometers apart. In the vast sea of demons, this distance is no different from that of neighbors. Once the bomb explodes suddenly, humans will not even have time to react. Zhang Ming was not so nervous. Since he was here, he would have to be quarantined after returning, so he must go out more. After using the diamond to dispel the black air in his pores, he discussed it with the work team behind him for a while. Mr. Zhang, we analyzed the battle video just now and found that the abilities of those monsters may be closely related to shadows, a researcher suddenly said. When you use King Kong, the light illuminates the entire room, and the monster suddenly teleports behind you. This is because the shadow behind you is the only dark place. They may have the ability to jump in the dark space, and they can also escape through walls to a certain extent. As for how thick the wall can be, we don't know yet. That makes sense, but no matter how strong the light is, I can't destroy my shadow. Zhang Ming restarted the engine of the ship and continued to sail towards the mainland. He actually didn't have such a big psychological burden. After all, he killed the demon god of the blue crystal people. These shadow monsters that will spread can't be more terrifying than the demon disaster. If it doesn't work, he can only escape. The Earth now has more than 8,000 world sources, which can theoretically support it for a long time. Even Shimama was bragging, but of course this guy couldn't spit out ivory from his dog's mouth. If it really doesn't work, my grandson and I will turn into stone and slowly endure the time. You and Miss Hulu will be Adam and Eve. When the disaster is over, let my grandson find a turtle to mate, and the Zuan-Wu civilization and human civilization will still exist. Ha. Good idea. Ha. Lao Zhang pinched his nose. Are you so exaggerated? Of course, the team in the rear couldn't hear Shimama's nonsense and was still discussing the problem seriously. In the hospital operating room, there is a device called shadowless lamp, which can reduce the shadow under the simultaneous illumination of multiple lights. If we make a completely bright room made of mirrors, can we capture a monster alive? It seems feasible. However, if the monster slips out, will the risk be too great to bear? The cell made of mirror steel has a greater restraining effect. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to that continent, Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion and impulse that he had not felt for a long time. I think this civilization should have persisted for a long time in the disaster. We don't actually need to study it ourselves, just send some people to do archaeology. As for these monsters, get more lighting props and try to act during the day. It's not a big problem, the liaison officer smiled bitterly. It's really not a big problem for you, but for the most elite team, the risk is still very high. Because light can't kill monsters, at most it just weakens them. And these monsters appear in groups. Even if the light is weakened, it may not be possible to beat them. Mental resistance must be high, and they must be good at close combat and have a will as strong as steel. In this way, there are not many people in the two civilizations combined. The ship gradually approached a new continent, and the sound of the wind gradually became louder. Zhang Ming's pupils dilated slightly. This is really a man-made continent. The whole continent is filled with bronze and fiery red colors. After years of stormy waves, the old port on the shore seems to depict the old dreams of the past. 7 huge statues, hundreds of meters high, stand on the large square by the port, telling the story of the past glory. What is even more strange is that the 7 statues have different images, as if they are 7 completely different races. Some have huge wings similar to those of bats, some have double horns and nose rings, and some have manes similar to those of lions. 7 civilizations jointly built this floating continent to resist disasters? Zhang Ming is a little worried now. Obviously, the final outcome of these 7 races is not beautiful. He actually wants to drive the ship around the continent and take a look at the scenery on the shore. However, there is an optical cable behind the ship, and the length of the optical cable is obviously not enough to support a circle, so he can only give up for the time being. I'll go to the shore to take a look. I will be back before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are still 3 hours. You can use unmanned robots to explore here for a while. It's good to find as much information as you can. Zhang Ming activated a large signal base station placed at the highest point of the ship, and took out a drone. Soon, these drones took off one after another under the remote control from behind. Understood. If we find danger, we will contact you through the headset. Zhang Ming picked up an unmanned submarine, threw it into the sea, picked up the remote control, and controlled it remotely. He wanted to see what the bottom layer of this floating continent looked like. Somewhat unexpectedly, under the observation of the submarine, it can be found that the bottom layer of the continent is quite rough, as if the metal melted and recondensed to form an irregular structure. When the submarine dived to a depth of about 100 meters, in a place where the sunlight could not reach, the signal was suddenly interrupted. There are these monsters in the water, too, Alice. In the supernatural era, the power of technology is not unlimited, and it mainly depends on human exploration. Zhang Ming jumped lightly and went directly to the shore. He touched the metal rock on the surface. It was a little rough under the sunlight. He came to the square where the 7 statues stood again. It was empty and seemed to have nothing. Even the material of the statues was just ordinary aluminum alloy. Just as he was about to leave, Shimama suddenly started to vibrate and became hot. We found something good. There is a special historical node here. Zhang Ming's heart moved. There is information here. Come on, tell me. It seems that you are much better than Yang Mama in archaeology. She Daddy snorted coldly and spent more than an hour in historical replay. He then triumphantly repeated the corresponding spiritual language. A mysterious illusion appeared in Zhang Ming's mind. The magnificent conference hall was not exposed to the sun. The crowd, representatives of multiple races, gathered here to discuss the matter of life and death. Everyone, this disaster that affects a wide range of people is called the Netherworld disaster. The Netherworld will spread and is contagious. As you can see, the shadow beasts in the Netherworld are transformed from ordinary creatures in the Demon Sea. Not only are their numbers endless, but their combat power increases significantly in the dark environment. Even if our warriors are lucky enough to kill them, they can only harvest some polluting gases like black shadows, and there is almost no spoils left. Fighting them is meaningless. In the Netherworld, it is difficult for us to survive. Sooner or later, we will be slowly consumed by these endless monsters. In the center of the venue, there was a huge iron cage made of mirror steel. It seemed that most civilizations wanted to study the truth of this disaster. This is also the normal way of thinking of an intelligent civilization. A huge black shadow in the shape of a dragon was struggling and roaring wildly in the mirror cage. Ah! The huge sound shook the ground slightly. Chapter 403 We are going to jump to another world ring. Mirror steel is the strongest reflective metal, and the brightness inside is like the sun. But even so, the metal cage still bangs and makes a heart-wrenching creaking sound, as if the monster inside could escape at any time. Its terrifying aura made even Zhang Ming, who was obsessed with the illusion of spiritual language, gasp for air, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He was not sure of winning against this giant dragon. Extraordinary life? A creature with bat wings on its back was speaking on the stage. This is a supernatural life, a terrifying shadow beast transformed from the sky-splitting dragon. It has the ability to control the weather. Before losing control, it voluntarily entered the mirror cage and has now completely lost its mind. As you can see, even supernatural life will be polluted and out of control after contacting the darkness in the netherworld, let alone ordinary life like us. At present, we must consume more world sources to protect the world. This value is slowly becoming insufficient. I believe that everyone does not want to continue like this for a long time. The only chance to survive is to jump to other world communities through the leap ability of the world. Will, even, jump to another, say for world ring, jump to another world ring? This plan is too exaggerated. Anyway, Zhang Ming can't even figure out how big the world community is. As for the larger concept of the world ring, it may be a distance that the aerospace plane cannot cross in a lifetime. At that time, the 7 statues had not been built in this place. Instead, there were huge pyramid-shaped buildings that were hundreds of meters high. The meeting place was in this pyramid building. Zhang Ming named this civilization Bat People. They have broad wings and are a race that is born to fly. This race is really too superior. Living in a skyscraper, they don't even need an elevator. They can fly to the top. The flying speed of some strong ones is comparable to that of a supersonic aircraft. Other races also have their own advantages. For example, the lion-like race is burly and muscular. It is a species with excellent melee strength. The eagle-like bird has sparkling eyes and may have a great advantage in perception. Of course, facing a world community-level disaster, no matter how high the race value is, it cannot beat the endless shadow beasts. Therefore, it is natural for multiple civilizations to unite to resist the disaster. The Batman on the stage fell silent at the end, as if he was the host here. And the representatives of the other 6 races were sitting in the audience. A lion-like intelligent creature said, "We don't have enough world sources to jump to another world ring. At most, we can only jump to the next world community. This action alone will require more than 100,000 world sources. Where do we get so much?" Another representative of another race rejected it, saying, No, jumping to the next community will only delay death by a few hundred years at most. The disaster of the netherworld will inevitably spread on a large scale. How much world source can be accumulated after a few hundred years? It's better to buy peace at one time and jump to a more distant place. It's impossible. A jump to the world ring level may cost 1 billion or even more. Even the demon god can't come up with 1 billion world sources, right? This is true. The most powerful ability of the world will is to protect itself and fine-tune its internal structure, such as the movement of crustal plates, weather control, a bumper harvest of plants in certain places, the application of certain unique technologies, etc. These mysterious functions can be achieved by spending a small amount of world source. The ability to jump in space is just a byproduct ability, which is equivalent to the simplest and crudest recklessness. Through the massive source of the world, a space tunnel was forcibly opened in a miracle-making way. This method has a very low utilization rate of the source of the world, and most of the energy is wasted. Therefore, there are many unique technologies that can reduce the cost of this transmission. But no matter what, facing the huge gap of 4 orders of magnitude, it is like an insurmountable natural chasm for these civilizations. A relatively powerful civilization can accumulate tens of thousands of world sources, which is considered rich. A relatively weak civilization can only have hundreds or thousands of stocks. Everyone, please listen to me. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, the creature with bat wings coughed heavily. I am this Henki civilization, which has been traversing the Demon Sea for 6,000 years. It is honored to have a civilization contract. It has indeed accumulated a lot of world sources, but it is really far from jumping to the next world ring. But there are also many ways to reduce the consumption of jumps. I would like to hear more. All the representatives present cheered up. First, space technology. As long as you find the weak points in space, you can effectively reduce the consumption of the source of the world by jumping along these weak areas. According to our calculations, The space ability of the demon god level can reduce the cost of jumping by 2-3 orders of magnitude. Eagle Sky Civilization, your unique technology is space technology, right? Do you have any research in this area? He looked at one of the parliament representatives. The representative of the Eagle Sky Civilization pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly. What virtue and ability does my race have to compare with this space demon god? It's good enough to be able to create a few space props. However, my race can indeed predict the appearance point of the space-time storm in advance, as well as the transmission direction of the space-time storm. As for whether it can reduce the consumption of jumping, it's really not clear. We haven't studied it. We have to go back and ask the elders in this area. Even short distance jumps between the same community will consume hundreds or thousands of world sources. Even the richest civilization can't take out thousands of world sources for experiments. Moreover, he only said half of this sentence. The representatives of Eagle Sky Civilization thought secretly in their hearts, this is a unique technology, why should we contribute it and give it to you? No matter what, you have to trade with chips, right? The host Batman said. Second, the greater the mass of the jump, the wider the scope of protection, and the more world sources are consumed. He showed an image of the surface of a planet on the screen. Everyone should know this truth. A large part of the mass of a world is invalid. As long as we peel off the crust from the planet, the consumption of space jump will be greatly reduced. Zhang Ming, who is in the spiritual language illusion, was extremely shocked. Peeling off the crust and turning it into a ship, you are really smart. Soon, another civilization objected, no, after the ecosystem is completely destroyed, the worlds will be greatly weakened. The production of the source of the world will be greatly reduced, and the ability to jump will also be reduced. Besides, what's the difference between this and suicide? What's more, how much engineering work will it take to peel off the Earth's crust? How do we peel it off? If we use conventional scientific and technological means, we may not be able to peel it off in 10,000 years. Opposing voices came one after another. This plan was too exaggerated. The Batman said, everyone, the method of peeling is very simple. Use the world will, move through space once, and spend a little more world source to directly peel off the Earth's crust. The world will has its own special wisdom. It can predict that this is an unbearable disaster. If it does not do this, it will be completely destroyed. As long as you communicate well, it will find a way to cut off its arm to survive. As for the problem that the world will weaken, that is also an inevitable fact, but overall, the cost of the jump will still be greatly reduced. We made a simple estimate. If we only teleport 1 million square kilometers of crust, which is about 2 kilometers thick, to jump to the next world ring, it only takes about 3 million world sources. If 500,000 square kilometers of crust are teleported, about 2.4 million world sources will be consumed. Because the world will is constantly weakening, the numerical relationship is not linear, but no matter what, the smaller the land teleported, the cost will still be smaller. If only 100,000 square kilometers of crust are teleported, the cost will be around 1 million. 1 million versus 1 billion, the consumption has dropped by 3 orders of magnitude, which is 1,000th of the original. Combined with space technology and various other technologies, it is possible to drop by another order of magnitude. That is, with about 100,000 world sources, we can teleport to another world ring, but the cost is 100,000 square kilometers of land, which is really too small. How many people can it support? Moreover, the world will is greatly weakened, the shelter ability is reduced, and monsters are more likely to infiltrate. What's more, 7 races, 100,000 square kilometers of land area, how many people can be accommodated? Resources and space are all limited. If you have one more, I will have one less. Don't you want to beat your dog brains out? The Batman seemed to have anticipated everyone's reactions, and finally said calmly, everyone, our goal is to survive this disaster. Happy life, peaceful life, are all far away. All we have to do is survive. It's just to find a suitable area to live. It is not necessary to teleport across the world ring. Maybe we will be safe enough when we are halfway through the teleportation. By then, everyone will look for a new world to develop, and conflicts will naturally decrease. In addition, our land area is sufficient. The thickness of the Earth's crust is 2,000 meters. Even if the height is 50 meters per layer, there are 40 layers. In this way, there are 4 million square kilometers of land, and the habitable area is actually not small. Even if it's a little crowded, there is enough room to live. If you are really dissatisfied, you can get a few more pieces of land. Of course, the cost is that the jump will consume more and the distance will be shorter. This is a plan that all civilizations can accept. Each civilization has a continent and does not live together. Conflicts can actually be controlled. Chapter 404, The Horrifying Spiritual Illusion. The Bat people of Zhanki civilization made several gestures, signaling everyone to be quiet. In addition, the internal transformation project of the entire Earth's crust must be completed by our 7 races ourselves. The world cannot provide services. This is an extremely huge workload, requiring a huge population and the support of some unique technologies. Everyone present here is the first-class civilization of this community, with quite excellent and unique technologies and sufficient industrial power. Otherwise, my civilization will not seek cooperation at all, let alone inform this information. In order to work together to survive this disaster, my Zhanki civilization is willing to provide a contract, that is, a treaty of peaceful coexistence and mutual cooperation. After signing the contract, there is no regret. This is also the key to ensuring our mutual safety. Of course, when we survive this disaster and find a new world, this contract will become invalid. At that time, we can separate again and go to a wider world. Zhanki civilization is an extremely powerful civilization. Their unique technology is contract. Once a civilization contract guaranteed by the world will is signed, it cannot be revoked. Otherwise, the world will of the civilization will die directly. The power of this contract is so powerful. The importance of the world will to civilization is much stronger than that of individual transcendence. Once the world will is dead, the continent will be slowly swallowed by the sea of demons, and everyone will become homeless people, which is no different from self-extinction. Therefore, the other 6 races are very hesitant. They also know that mutual union seems to be the only feasible way. But even if they usually cooperate and are familiar with each other, it is too embarrassing to live together suddenly. The small space and limited resources make it seem that conflicts may break out at any time. Even if the contract can provide constraints, the contradiction will not disappear for no reason. However, if there is no union, the probability of extinction of a civilization alone is too high. Therefore, these civilizations are all hesitating and hesitating. The spiritual language illusion ended here, and Zhang Ming was sweating profusely. Keywords such as disaster of the netherworld and shadow beast flash back and forth in his mind. Obviously, humans can't resist this terrible disaster, and snake people can't either. It really didn't take Zhang Ming too much energy to kill a few ordinary shadow beasts, but if there were too many of them, he would definitely be exhausted to death. As for whether the One-Hay civilization, the strongest civilization in this world community, can withstand the disaster of the nether realm, no one knows. Which civilization will easily expose its trump card? What about the latter, Emperor Shi? Did they succeed, or was the whole plan completely wrong, and something unexpected happened in the middle? Or, this continent is just one of the pieces they built, and they gave up directly because of the invasion of shadow beasts? How do I know? Shimama was almost paralyzed by fatigue, lying on the ground and twitching a few times. Historical rewind is a time-related ability. Don't think it's easy, okay? I have to rest for at least half a month after tinkering with this. Tired, play by yourself. Zhang Ming covered his face and sighed. Then I will find some more information myself and let humans crack it. Little Gourd comforted, don't worry too much, you have the space ability of the demon god level, and the cost of guiding the Earth's transmission must be much lower than that of other civilizations. This is your unique advantage. Zhang Ming smiled bitterly and said, Alice, that's just the potential. I can't do it now. It still depends on humans themselves. If it doesn't work, we can only really start the Eden project. Are you serious? Shimama said tremblingly. How about you go to Turtle Island and pick up a few more potential turtle grandchildren? Anyway, they turn into stone, and they don't need resources, and it won't affect your life. Or you can also inject the blood of Zuanwu, and you can also become my turtle grandchild. After becoming a turtle grandchild, you turn into stone, and your lifespan will be extended 100 times and 1,000 times in an instant. I'm afraid you will die of old age, Zhang Mama. I'm your 7th uncle, Zhang Ming cursed. To be honest, he really can't survive the turtle that turned into stone. He jumped back on the boat and informed the information through the communicator. Obviously, the humans and the snake people were stunned again. Looking at the expressions of these people, it seems that they have completed a revolving lantern, and even their souls have been hooked away by the bull-headed and horse-faced. Hesitant? Bewildered? Frightened? This kind of mood is difficult to describe in words. hollowing out the Earth's crust and transforming it into a big ship. Does this story sound too magical? But the person who told them the information was Lao Zhang, and this floating continent was right in front of them, so they had to believe it. Do humans have to follow suit and hollow out the entire crust and transform it into a ship? Prepare as early as possible, and it will be more sufficient. Even if this project lasts for 1,000 or 10,000 years, it won't be too much. Comrade Zhang Yanlong of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau felt a little confused, swallowed his saliva, and started to call the Supreme Council of the United Government. Obviously, humans can't make up their minds for a while. Once this project starts, the current social structure will undergo fundamental changes. At least 50% of the population will have to become workers and dedicate their lives to the construction site. This kind of life is too cruel. How can it be so easy to make up your mind? The so-called Golden Age is nothing in the face of the greater power of the times. This is even more true for the snake people. Their mobilization and mechanization capabilities are even lower than those of humans. What's more, the various birds and beasts they raise require a lot of habitat space. If only 100,000 square kilometers of land are retained, their unique technology can be said to be directly lost. Hearing this news, these snake people slowly coiled up their bodies and trembled all over. Mr. Zhang, does this hanky civilization have another plan? Did they deliberately abandon this piece of land during their journey, or are they really extinct? Why is this world full of shadow beasts? Do these shadow beasts have the ability to search the world? Zhang Ming knew their nervousness and eagerness, and nodded. Okay, I'll help you find some information. On the empty continent, the sun was shining and the weather was clear. Suitable for vacation and even more suitable for taking a nap. Zhang Ming yawned, took out a piece of homemade golden spicy chicken roasted fragrant rice burger from his backpack, took a bite. The sauce was mellow, the meat was delicious, and paired with the crispy fragrant rice, people couldn't help but exclaimed, delicious. Since returning to Earth, with enough seasonings, his cooking skills have reached a higher level. Although Mama was extremely tired, he was still discussing the Garden of Eden project crazily, which made Lao Zhang dizzy and a little excited. You have to know that even the devil will not focus all his attention on a dead area. It will leave after destroying an area, so, the disaster will pass sooner or later. As long as your life is long enough, you can put my grandson on your moon. Of course, it's best to get some water and a heat source. It's too cold on the moon, and my grandson will freeze to death. This heat source must last for tens of thousands of years, so only a nuclear power plant can do it. Damn, this guy is not finished yet. He wants to build a nuclear power plant. Zhang Ming picked up the paralyzed Mama, threw it into his backpack, jumped onto the shore, and wandered around on the road. One by one, vehicles like cars were parked on the roadside in an orderly manner. Through the glass window, I glanced a few times. There were no bodies in the car, which looked quite clean. There were no flowers, plants or trees on the mainland. Only in some humid environments, some moss-like things were found. Under a shed similar to a warehouse, some unsmelted minerals were found piled up in a mountain. Zhang Ming bent down and picked up a few pieces of ore. After looking at them for a while, he found iron ore, copper ore and aluminum ore. He put the ore in a small bottle and prepared to take it back for inspection. The surface is too empty. This civilization seems to have completely abandoned the surface. This seems to be a bit meaningful. The surface has a vast living space, sky and sunshine. In theory, it is the best living environment, but it was abandoned. The distribution of organisms in the community in the next world may be a little different from ours. Do they all eat moss? Private Secretary, do you have any ideas? Little Guard said, I'm sorry, I don't know what the disaster of the Nether Realm is. I identified the moss just now, which is called sphagnum moss and is also widely distributed on the earth. Moss has high nutritional value and excellent reproductive capacity. Fish, snails, rabbits, reindeer, and even brown bears like to eat moss. If humans follow the example of this civilization in the future and flee, it would be a wise choice to eat algae and moss as their main food. What they can't finish can be fed to earthworms. Dried earthworms are an excellent source of protein, Zhang Ming said with some amusement, but if there is sunlight, we can still produce rice. Why eat moss? Mama was shaking in her backpack. That means there is no sunlight in the world during the Netherrealm disaster. Let's start the Eden project. Zhang Ming's movement speed is quite good. He trotted at a speed of 10 meters per second all the way. After running for about 10 minutes, he finally found a huge house leading to the underground along the traffic rails. This house looks very solid and is made of thick concrete, like a matchbox. The metal door is closed. And there is a row of buttons with unknown characters next to it. Zhang Ming pushed it twice with force. This door is made of some special material, perhaps several meters thick and hundreds of tons in weight. In the case of a power outage, there is no way to open it from the outside. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Deep Exploration of the Shelter. Zhang Ming pushed hard for a while, but the door didn't move at all. After thinking carefully, he gave up the method of using brute force. It looks like a fallout shelter. The thickness of this door can be used to defend against nuclear bombs. The method of chopping the door with the axe of the abyss is really stupid and laborious. He couldn't help but joked, "Little secretary, how about I send you in? You help me open the door from the inside." In the past, Shimama did this job, but now it is paralyzed by fatigue and I am afraid it can't do it. The little guard was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zhang Ming to be so thick-skinned. He couldn't help but say faintly, "It's okay for you to throw me in. But I have to state in advance that my strength is very small and I can only pick up objects of about 50 kilograms. And I don't have the ability of eye of time and space. I like bright places. The vision is not good in this place, is it true? Okay, human, to be honest, I am a little afraid of dark environments. Please, don't throw me in, haha, if you had told the truth earlier, I wouldn't have thrown you away." Lord Shimama sat up in shock from his dying illness in the backpack. Trembling slightly. "You are too concerned about women and friends, right? You should have thrown her out to temper her courage, or you Lord Shimama." The stinky stone closed its mouth. It was really tired, otherwise it would have to volunteer. A red light flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes, and he instantly saw the internal structure of the door. After thinking about it in his mind for a while, it was not too complicated. The simpler and cruder things are, the less likely they are to be damaged. This is true no matter which civilization they are in. Then he took a deep breath, stretched out a hand, and reached into a discontinuous point in space. This hand directly passed through the thick door and entered the room. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva, grabbed a valve-like object, and twisted it a few times. However, in the next moment, a cold and sticky thing stuck to the hand he passed through. This feeling is not very pleasant, as if being slowly rubbed by a piece of cold asphalt. Perhaps the monster is also wondering why an arm of intelligent life suddenly appeared in its territory. Can it be eaten? Zhang Ming noticed that the monster was licking the flesh on his arm with his tongue, rolled his eyes, and activated the ability of the stone skin gland. "Hey, buddy has turned into stone, you can't bite me, right?" As a result, the next moment, a row of sharp teeth bit his right arm with great force, like the crushing of a 10,000-ton hydraulic press, and instantly bit through the protective clothing produced by the human laboratory. The sharp teeth touched the petrified skin and made a sharp crackling sound. The shadow beast in the dark environment is extremely powerful and has amazing bite force. Zhang Ming grinned, endured the piercing pain, and cursed in his heart, "You like to bite stones, right? I will burst your belly with stones when I go in." The bright golden light bloomed instantly, which scared the other party away for a short time, but also poked a hornet's nest, and more shadowy things were gathering here. He seized the time and twisted the valve hard for a few turns. After he finally twisted it to the end, he pulled his arm back from the spatial discontinuity point. Hundreds of tooth marks appeared on the petrified arm. Densely packed, and under the sunlight, it emitted a lot of black gas. This decayed smell was like sulfuric acid, and it actually corroded the surrounding metal doors. What's more, deep in his heart, he once again had that kind of weird feeling similar to reality, but also a little pleasant. On the contrary, after being exposed to the sun, he felt a sense of loss in his heart. Under the effect of blood coagulation regeneration physique and King Kong, about a minute later, the black gas gradually dissipated and the wound was basically healed. Zhang Ming frowned. Those black gases seemed to have a strong infectious ability and unique psychological temptation. If left alone, it seemed that he would be transformed into a shadow beast. But if it was treated with light and time, it would be able to return to normal if the pollution was not serious. With a strong push, the metal door was pushed. The rumbling sound spread far and wide in the silent continent. As the sunlight shone into the room, the monsters hiding inside suddenly disappeared without a trace. Zhang Ming's pupils dilated and he saw a very strange corridor. From the walls to the floor, and then to the ceiling, it was all shiny mirrors. Even if there was only a little sunlight that penetrated, under the reflection of the multifaceted mirrors, this little sunlight would illuminate the corridor brightly. He soon realized that this was a special defense mechanism. The reason why the civilization gave up the surface was because the surface could not have this special defense mechanism. It's just a pity that even after all the hardships and preparations, the shadow beast finally broke through the defense line. I am the Yanjiao clan, the archer Zhang Ming. May I ask if there are any living creatures in your place? I have no ill intentions, I just happened to pass by here. If you encounter difficulties, do you need help? He uttered a spiritual language, which spread along the mirror corridor to the interior of the continent. If you can find a living person, it would be the best, and you don't even need to explore. It's just a pity that there was no response. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and looked at the time. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was gradually heading west, but the sunlight was still strong. To be on the safe side, he would have to go back in about 2 hours. There was nothing to explore in this corridor of pure mirrors. He thought he had excellent life-saving ability and could go deeper. Even deep in his heart, he felt a long-lost passion. The fascinating unknown was like a mysterious veil under the moonlight, waiting for him to uncover it. Maybe it was because he had lived a peaceful life for too long, and he needed some spiritual stimulation. Alice, life is like this. What you can't get is the best. After making psychological preparations, Zhang Ming picked up a special communicator that looked a bit like a leaf and wore it on his ear. This is a civilization communicator produced by using the power of the world's will, which can communicate across planes. The principle is quite simple. As long as the Gaia consciousness of the Earth is separated into a small split body, a communicator can be made. The impact on Gaia consciousness is not great. It will metabolize slowly like humans. Producing about 5 communicators every year does not have much impact. If you want more, you have to spend the source of the world. But it is not difficult for those who know how to do it, and it is difficult for those who don't know how to do it. Now, Zhang Ming is the only person with high authority on Earth. If Zhang Ming dies, Earth will not be able to produce it. In addition, using this kind of communication consumes high-level energy such as the source of the world. The call fee is calculated according to the distance of the call. At the current distance, 10 days of communication time consumes about 1 point of the source of the world. Although it is not too expensive, well, the Snake civilization volunteered to bear this cost and directly gave Zhang Ming 20 units of the source of the world. After all, humans have produced an extraordinary person, and they certainly can't be stingy with this money. Hello, did you hear me? I heard you. Please give me instructions. I'm going to enter this mirror corridor now. It's pitch black in there, and I don't know how long it is. Electromagnetic waves should be blocked. So I can only communicate in the current way. You can learn from this defense method that uses mirror reflection. Maybe it will be useful in the future, the operator in the headset said. Mr. Zhang, why don't you come back first and explore again tomorrow? We can make better special armor with a layer of light inside. The protective ability of this armor should be good. It's okay. I have to be quarantined after I go back, so I might as well explore more at one time. The same goes for King Kong. I'll come back if I find something wrong. If I die in some incredible way, you can think of a way yourself, or jump to other places, Zhang Ming said self-deprecatingly and turned on the flashlight. I will report what I find to you in the headset, and the instruments in the backpack will automatically send data. Right, yes, please keep the headset turned on. Suddenly, the mirrors around the corridor reflected countless flashlights and countless mirror effects of himself. This scene is quite scary. Zhang Ming looked in the mirror and felt that the person in the mirror and the guard behind him had a strange and gloomy feeling. The staff in the backstage were numbed by what he said, but they couldn't object. You are dead, so why are we exploring? We can only consider the worst plan. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, increased his concentration, and kept walking down. The da-da-da footsteps were particularly clear in this quiet corridor. It was getting darker and darker in front, as if there was a layer of gray-black fog covering the surroundings. Only a flashlight was emitting a faint light. Zhang Ming activated the ability of the stone skin gland to turn himself into stone and reduce the hatred of monsters. Suddenly, he sensed something. The temperature seems to have dropped by a few degrees. Is it because we are underground, The staff in the back hurriedly recorded, according to the instrument, the surrounding temperature has dropped by 2.3 degrees. The visibility in the netherworld has dropped significantly. The vision of ordinary people can only see about 1 to 2 meters around. In theory, the temperature inside this continent will be consistent with the seawater soon. The sunlight outside completely disappeared. Zhang Ming smelled a rotten smell, probably because of the lack of ventilation for a long time. The air was not comfortable when inhaled into the lungs. So he took out a gas mask from his backpack and put it on his head. After walking a few steps forward, he heard a suppressed cry, vaguely, dripping, and a bit miserable. He asked Tulu and Shimama, but they both didn't hear it. Chapter 406. Even in the dark, we still have to pick up trash. You didn't hear it, but I did. Something must be attacking me mentally, the voice in the headset said. We didn't hear it either. Can you describe the sound? Well, it's like a beast tied with chains. It has been hungry for 100 years and suddenly found a pot of turkey dinner in front of it. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't reach the pot of turkey dinner, so it cried out in suppressed despair. It looks like a big guy squatting here, so there are no other shadow beasts around. Multiple evidences show that the cry is suspected to be a mental hallucination. There is not much point in staying here. Zhang Ming kept moving forward. He found that it was getting darker and darker in front of him, and the light of the flashlight was equivalent to nothing. If the eye of time and space is not activated, the visibility of pure supervision is only 3 meters. And the mirrors around disappeared at some point, replaced by purple-black moss and some black liquid of unknown composition. Moreover, this passage became narrower and narrower, and in a blink of an eye, it could only accommodate one person. He seemed to be passing through the intestines of a creature. Could this continent have become a living being? It shouldn't be so scary. Zhang Ming took a deep breath. In such a quiet environment, he could only hear his own breathing and heartbeat. The two companions he brought with him also focused their attention at this moment and did not dare to speak carelessly. Suddenly, he stepped on something soft. He jumped up suddenly, lowered his head and found that it was a dark corpse. The corpse seemed to appear out of thin air under his feet, otherwise he would have noticed it in advance when he was so focused. This corpse is scary enough. It looks exactly like me. Can you believe it? It's just that the skin is a little darker. It looks like it has been soaked in water for several years. There is something sticky on the surface of the skin. Zhang Ming fiddled with it for a few times and sneered. Even the clothes are the same as what I am wearing, and the parts that were damaged by the monster just now are the same. Okay, we are recording the corresponding information, Zhang Ming said again. I don't know if this is considered a mental attack. After all, my partners have also found this corpse. I am shining a strong light on it. Well, it turned into a ball of black smoke and disappeared in front of me. Huh? It rushed towards me. Noisy sound. A noisy and sharp sound came from the headphones. The speed of the object in the narrow space exceeded the speed of sound. After hearing the sound, the staff in the back showed signs of dizziness and vomiting, and had a strong sense of palpitations. Through computer analysis, the extraordinary master seemed to be fighting with a ball of air. After 5 minutes, Zhang Ming's tone seemed a little excited. Okay, I've dispersed this cloud of smoke. Do you think that thing is my shadow? Once I die, the shadow will come alive and become a terrifying shadow beast. It's really strange. The group of people on the other side of the headset were numbed by Zhang Ming's words. This investigation mission may really only be competent for the extraordinary people in a half-crazy state, otherwise they can only use human lives to pile up information. They didn't even dare to make any suggestions, but just listened silently. After a long time, a young scholar said, Mr. Zhang. It may be causing you to panic. The more panic you have, the stronger it will be. Because the sound just now came over and caused a large area of panic in the monitoring room. It shouldn't be like this under normal circumstances. It should be caused by some special ability. What you said seems to make sense. There is actually a corpse of Hulu and a corpse of Shimama in front. It seems that they are really just fictional phantoms. Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Under normal circumstances, these two guys are no different from stones in the eyes of monsters. Unexpectedly, this time, they were also targeted. But when the corpse of Hulu appeared, he was convinced that it was just a monster that was deliberately made to scare people. He was the back of the demon god, Suyin. Even if he really died, would his corpse turn into a shadow beast? Zhang Ming didn't believe it at all. Shimama sneered and fiddled with his corpse. Oh, it's just some panic created by the black shadow. I heard that some monsters feed on fear. If you panic, it will be infinitely stronger. I'm still very nervous. There is a sense of adrenaline rushing up, Zhang Ming said seriously. Didn't you find that our retreat is gone? Yes, where's the retreat? Shimama was shocked, and the old voice formed an echo in the narrow space. I saw a dark area behind me. I touched it with my hand and felt a wet wall with a fishy smell. This stinky stone was so shocking that it made Zhang Ming a little nervous. He was not an emotionless robot. In such a narrow passage, facing the unknown, it is very likely to be a monster of extraordinary level. While exciting, it is indeed a bit nervous. The humans were even more nervous. Mr. Zhang, are you trapped in the alien space? Can't come back? Do you need to send a rescue team? We can have the rescue team throw a lot of flares in the corridor, or even drop small nuclear bombs. Zhang Ming was a little allergic to the term rescue team and rubbed his nose subconsciously. Don't worry, as long as you kill the creatures in the alien space, the things inside will naturally pop out. What's more, he himself has special abilities, so there is no need to be nervous. Continuing to walk forward, he found some dark red graffiti on the dark wall. The twisted balls of thread were crookedly formed into human faces. The eyeballs were extremely large and stared at him faintly. Zhang Ming was sure that this thing was some graffiti, but it looked like a living creature, lifelike, and blinked at him. This graffiti was really too strange. The more he looked at it, the more panic he felt. The dark red eyes and mouth began to twitch and floated from the wall, like a clown's smiling face, trying to get into his mind. Boom, a flash of purple lightning, the horrible illusion disappeared. A new symbol mark was found, Zhang Ming commented, staring at this thing. The spirit value plummeted at a rate of about 200 per second. At the same time, a strong sense of palpitations occurred, but it is still useful for tempering the fire of the soul. I'll write it down and make a copy of it after I go out to see if it still works. If it does, our foundation will be increased. The staff on the other side of the headset was really speechless. Put yourself in their shoes and think about being trapped in a different space, with no light in all directions, and you don't even know how many monsters there are. That's really a disparate environment. Being able to die with the monsters is already the best choice. As a result, this gentleman is still thinking about picking up garbage. What kind of quality is this? You have to pay attention to the time. You only have 1 hour left. If you don't come out, the sun outside may set, and then that world will be full of shadow beasts. I know. Zhang Ming walked forward for a distance. This narrow passage seemed endless. No matter how far you walked, you couldn't see the end. A red light flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, the eye of time and space was still able to play a role. He could still see the discontinuities in space, which meant that the ability to teleport was still effective. But this space seemed to no longer be the original world. For a while, he couldn't find a way to the outside world. If he teleported randomly, he might be teleported to some more dangerous places. Zhang Ming was unwilling to do this for the time being. It may really be able to sense my panic index. If I don't panic, I will be trapped in this narrow, suspected circular corridor. It's a waste of time, so I plan to panic myself, fish out the monster, and chop it directly. This may be a little risky, but it's also a good time to get first-hand information. You record the information and don't disturb me rashly. Got it? Zhang Ming took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and retrieved some memories from the memory library. So at this moment, he entered a short state of dereality. The vision of the whole world seemed to be distorted, his mental value began to plummet, and his whole body was cold. After all, he was facing the sea of demons, the cruelest symptom of the lost people derealization, a horrible disease that he never wanted to experience again in his life. Even a little memory of the past would increase the panic in his heart to a certain limit. Zhang Ming shook his head and called out to Ms. Guard, who was hiding in the backpack, to keep a close eye on him and not let him really go crazy. Then he said in a hoarse voice, I heard the crying sound again, like the cry of a wild cat, and kept making disgusting sounds of swallowing and chewing. Well, after the mental value plummeted, the surrounding walls suddenly became strange, like the intestines of a mollusk, soft to step on, and growing eye-shaped structures. I touched one of the eyes and actually felt a sense of comfort. As if I was born to belong here. My body was a little out of control, and strange hallucinations appeared in my mind, and I had an urge to merge with this darkness. I lost control. In intense panic, I couldn't help but take out my left foot and started running in small steps. My heart rate rose to 180 beats per minute. The more nervous I was, the more out of control I became. I was running forward, and the psychological feeling of becoming one with the darkness became stronger and stronger. Panting, did you hear the sound in front? The air is very humid, and there is a smell of blood and snot. The monster is in front. It's about 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, and 10 meters. Shimima will throw a flare to illuminate this small area. Chapter 407. This monster is very naughty. I saw it, a huge, ugly black sandworm, probably hundreds of meters long. Haha, let me test this monster for you first. The voice in the headset was a little weak, a little hurried, and even a little inexplicably fanatical. It made people wonder if this extraordinary person's mental value had really reached a bottom and he had gone crazy. Then, a huge explosion and the roar of the monster came from the headset. Then no sound could be heard. The humans and the snake people looked at each other, swallowed their saliva at the same time, and began to wait anxiously. Of course, it was Zhang Ming who took the initiative to turn off the headset because he was worried that the panic of the humans and the snake people would become the nutrients for the growth of the monster. The ugly giant worm in front of him, curled up in the passage, looked extremely hideous. The huge round mouth parts alone had a diameter of 10 meters, and there were tens of thousands of teeth inside. The worm-like long body was nearly 100 meters long, and it was segmented like a roundworm. What was even more terrifying was that it was surrounded by dark and sticky long strips of structure, with a thick liquid like asphalt slowly rolling down from above. Facing such a hideous giant, his adrenaline was soaring that his hair stood up one by one. What a big worm! At the moment when Zhang Ming pretended to fall into the trap and was about to be eaten by the creature, Shimima threw the flare that had been prepared for a long time. Boom! The sudden strong light seemed to make the entire dark space stagnate for a short moment. Zhang Ming's mind flashed with lightning, and he raised the axe of the abyss. His whole body was glowing red, and he tried his best to strike with his right hand. With the addition of the burning soul and the burst of power, coupled with the gravity effect of the axe itself, this terrifying blow directly cut through the air and split the giant insect's mouth head-on, and the smelly juice sprayed everywhere. But the vitality of this shadow creature is extremely amazing. The next moment, the instinctive counterattack came immediately. Several black tentacles quickly wrapped around Zhang Ming, began to virtualize his body and pollute his soul, and the injured bloody mouth suddenly swallowed forward. A trace of pain appeared on Zhang Ming's face. The red diamond light was bright, and the diamond power of 4 times the strength. The axe of the abyss cut through the air, purple lightning and tiger roars came. Ouch! The black shadow was split open a little in an instant, but the monster's mouth shrank back at a very fast speed. Even the huge body of the monster retreated dozens of meters in an instant. There was a faint soreness and swelling in the part that was wrapped around, and a large amount of black gas emerged from the surface of the skin, which might be due to the pollution. This guy is so fast and has a certain amount of combat intelligence. He realized that I was faking panic and started running away again. The short battle and the large amount of information he got made his brain work rapidly. This monster is much stronger than the shadow beasts I encountered before. Is it that the larger the size, the stronger it is? Thinking of this, and seeing that the giant insect had a tendency to retreat and run away, he quickly charged forward, like a little red man with red light all over his body, teleporting dozens of meters in a row and rushing into the darkness. He swung the axe and hit hard again. The huge black shadow actually moved back a big step at an extremely fast speed, and Zhang Ming's attack went straight into the air. Zhang Ming snorted coldly, his mind turned quickly. His time and space teleportation ability needs to pass through spatial discontinuities. The so-called spatial discontinuities are naturally generated and disappear naturally, and you can't teleport to wherever you want. The opponent's time and space teleportation ability needs to rely on the power of dark shadows. In the dark, it is equivalent to shadows everywhere, and these monsters can move quickly. But in the bright, the spread of shadows is limited to a certain extent, so they are unwilling to move in the bright. The duration of the flare just now was less than 1 second, and it was destroyed by the darkness. The light emitted by the strange objects of the light nature is difficult to be destroyed by the shadows, but these lights are too small, better than nothing, except for the permanent sunlight that can dispel the darkness. These monsters are really no different from invincible. Zhang Ming raised the heavy axe and rushed forward. The opponent began to flee quickly. In the dark environment, the movement speed was extremely fast. As soon as Zhang Ming approached, it retreated like crazy, and the two sides always kept a distance of 30 to 50 meters. And the current alien space is indeed a circular passage, because in the process of chasing, Zhang Ming once again saw the dark red graffiti. This circular passage is about 2 kilometers long. The alien space ability of this monster is much stronger than Brother Hao. Looking again, the wounds caused by the heavy axe and the sneak attack on the giant insect just now were almost healed. Although the purple lightning wrapped around the axe has the ability to kill souls, it is still a little short of causing fatal damage to this giant with such an axe. The night is long and dreams are many. Zhang Ming is unwilling to let the worm that is retreating quickly escape, nor does he want to entangle here for a long time, causing himself to be seriously polluted, so he no longer holds back and activates the current high combat power 10 times the burning soul and the eye of time and space, at the cost of source. At this moment, his whole body turned blood red. A huge amount of information gathered in his mind, allowing Zhang Ming to enter a certain unprecedented combat state. This combat state is a bit like derealization, cold and cruel, but not losing calm. He must end this battle as quickly as possible, otherwise the cost of 2 points of source per minute is too much to afford. He took out a flare at random, the red light in his eyes flashed, and transmitted the flare to the back of the giant worm through a certain special discontinuity point. Then, this strong light bomb exploded behind the worm. Boom! The brief light blocked the opponent's retreat and destroyed the worm's shadow, making it unable to escape through space ability. The giant worm howled, and seeing Zhang Ming approaching, it counterattacked frantically, and its shadow tentacles attacked from all directions. Zhang Ming was not in a hurry. He flashed lightly and also passed through the space discontinuity point, teleported to the back of the worm, picked up the battle axe and stabbed it heavily into the void. Suddenly, the axe of the abyss teleported directly to the giant worm, cutting a wound. It was the first time for him to fight through the incredible space ability. When consuming the source, it was inexplicably smooth, without any sense of hindrance, as if this magic power should be used in this way. The heavy axe in his hand was a double-edged axe, and there was a spear tip similar to a gun axe on the axe face. The heavy resistance came from the handle, and the axe of the abyss stabbed something thick and tough. Zhang Ming also knew that the effect of physical attack should not be great. With the blood and ki surging, a huge amount of red electric current amplified by 10 times soul burning was transmitted along the axe handle in an instant. Die, AWW. The huge worm roared fiercely, and the huge struggling force shook the ground. It still wanted to escape, and the strong sound waves made the eardrum hurt. Zhang Ming did not compete with it in brute force. He shook his trembling mind slightly, pulled out the axe of the abyss in time, and teleported himself through another special discontinuity. This time he happened to be teleported near the worm. He grabbed one of the tentacles of the worm. He waved his axe and chopped it vigorously, while transmitting a huge amount of red electric current. The huge body brings strong vitality, but also has many inconveniences. Once caught, it is almost impossible to avoid Zhang Ming's attack, and can only rely on his thick skin and regeneration ability to resist. And this red electric current specifically attacks the soul. Not long after, Zhang Ming smelled a disgusting burnt smell, like the smell of a 1,000-year-old zombie being burned. After these 2 strong current attacks, the soul of the giant insect was seriously damaged and was no longer as agile as at the beginning. Zhang Ming quickly dispersed 10 times the burning soul and changed to using the burning soul of ordinary life. The rapid drop from 10 times the power level to 2 times made him feel lost. The special discontinuity point that was originally very clear has now become unclear. 0.6 sources have been consumed. Alice, it's acceptable. I killed a big one. Fortunately, the combat power at this moment is more than enough to deal with a shadow beast with residual blood. He stepped forward and swung the heavy axe, and then chopped it randomly, with blood and rain, and the monster wailed. I'm sorry, brother, the world is so dangerous. If you were stronger, I would be the one to fall. 5 minutes later, this long and strange creature finally lay on the ground, motionless. In the next moment, the scene around changed. After a moment of distraction, Zhang Ming found himself in a spacious room of about 400 square meters, with a large number of electric lights installed on the ceiling. The room was filled with various equipment. Next door was the corridor made of mirrors and the giant worm corpse emitting a thick black gas. He swallowed, held his breath, grabbed the corpse, and then walked through the mirror corridor into the sunlight. Hey, can you hear me, Mr. Zhang, you're back. Our drone saw you. I killed that creature. It was very difficult. Even a single spiritual limiter couldn't beat it. Unless you carry a nuclear bomb or have a team to restrain its special ability. Zhang Ming reactivated the headset inside. The disaster of the Netherrealm is indeed not something that a single civilization can solve. This shadow beast is too strong, or is it that I met a stronger one among them? Of course, it is definitely not the strongest, there are stronger types. Chapter 408 Returning Safely. The staff on the other side of the headset was both happy and worried. It's already 3:30 in the afternoon, you have to find a way to leave this world. We expect the sun to set at 5:20 in the afternoon. Yes, I know. You keep an eye on this body and notify me if anything unexpected happens. I'll go in and move some more things out. Zhang Ming basked in the sun, and waited for the black air on his body to dissipate before he went into the mirror corridor again. As the overlord here died, it seemed that something shadowy was approaching this room. Do shadow beasts also have territories? He didn't dare to delay, and quickened his pace and trotted. Then he teased Xiaohu in a good mood. Why don't you say a word? Aren't you also like Shimama, exhausted and paralyzed? Or are you scared by the monster? Well, human, I don't care what the monster looks like. After all, I am a monster myself. I'm just a little afraid of this darkness. I don't like this environment very much. I'm also a little worried that you will die suddenly. In that case, I will have to take your body to see Suiyun. I really don't want to see Suiyun's face now. So, humans, please be careful. Zhang Ming laughed and came to the big room at the end of the corridor. There were a lot of unknown objects here, some of which were shaped like pyramids, and some were like TV set-top boxes. He even saw some light and shadow stones, as well as some paper materials. These paper materials were a bit fragile. When touched by fingers, they turned into large pieces of dust. Zhang Ming could only tiptoe and be careful. In theory, at the end of a defensive corridor, there should be a monitoring room, or a special room responsible for recording the data in and out. Zhang Ming was not worried about this. A civilization that could survive a disaster for a period of time could not be too bad. He asked Ms. Gord to spit out the big shell, and then kept putting things into the big shell. The nearby shadow beasts were obviously gathering slowly in this direction, but due to the majesty of the former overlord, no monster dared to run into this room to attack him for the time being. Until the room was cleaned up, he carried the big shell on his back, humming a little tune, and left the room. Zhang, are you happy now? It's okay. I haven't killed monsters for a long time. It's quite satisfying to kill them occasionally. Of course, it's also because this monster is really strong and gives me a sense of accomplishment. The monsters I encountered in the past were too weak. Okay, I can understand. However, if you encounter an enemy that you can't beat, you can let me swallow you. My defense ability is much stronger than yours. Okay, I won't be polite, don't worry. After coming to the sun and pushing the metal door back again, Zhang Ming slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The terrifying journey always has a lot of gains. At this time, the black air on the corpse exposed to the sun had almost dissipated. The former huge worm has now turned into a lion-faced lion man, more than 3 meters tall, weighing about 200 kilograms, and wearing a tattered combat uniform. Zhang Ming knows this species. In Shinma's spiritual language illusion, one of the 7 races that held a meeting is called Moses Civilization. It should be a relatively strong race with individual strength. I don't know why it turned into a shadow beast. Zhang Ming fiddled with the corpse a few times. Shimama, don't the 7 civilizations have unique technologies? What is the unique technology of the lion man? Stinky Stone was already exhausted and about to collapse. Being chased and asked like this, he couldn't help but curse. How should I know? Wait, let me think. It seems to be a technology for weaving fibers. Have you seen the plush on their bodies? Using this hair, you can weave special fibers with extremely strong defensive properties and certain industrial uses. Is this also considered a unique technology? Zhang Ming muttered to himself, turning over the body of the lion man with an axe. The black gas rolled like thick smoke, and it was smelly enough even if you held your breath. Fortunately, he was a master at picking up garbage. He had picked up countless strange garbage and even had the mood to joke. Wish demon, save me. The wish demon had been hiding in the corner, floating over reluctantly, and then felt that the lion man was too smelly, pretending that he couldn't help, and secretly floated away. Pah! A small notebook suddenly fell out. Zhang Ming was suddenly surprised. He actually found a booklet from the lion man's clothes. It was filled with incomprehensible words. Well, the words in the front are quite neat, but the words in the back are a mess. Maybe it's the diary of the writer who is trapped here. Zhang Ming picked up the booklet carefully. The book seemed to be made of special materials. He touched it with his fingers and found that the fiber's strength was extremely amazing. There was no black gas in the sun. Could it be the so-called unique technology? Zhang Ming was too lazy to think about it. He put all the items and the body on the deck of the ship, then started the engine and prepared to leave. It was exactly 4:30 in the afternoon. The sun gradually moved westward, and the black fog on the deck gradually disappeared. The body turned into shrunken skin with thousands of holes. The bones inside, especially the skull, still remained, but as for the flesh and blood, there was no blood at all. Until 5 o'clock, before the sun set, the 1,000-ton destroyer finally sailed out of this world. The strong feeling of palpitations disappeared. The demon sea has turned into a safe place. It is really unpredictable. However, for the sake of safety, Zhang Ming did not directly join the rear team. He decided to isolate himself for a while. In the case of a contagious disaster, no matter how cautious you are, it is not excessive. Comrade Zhang Yanlong on the other side of the screen said somewhat ashamedly, "You have worked so hard. The information we discovered today may take us several months, and I don't know how many investigators' lives were lost. We will send a doctor to examine you later." Zhang Ming actually enjoyed the game very much, and smiled. "It's nothing, but we still have to consider safer ways of exploration in the future. We can't let me do all the investigations," Zhang Yanlong immediately said. "We are thinking, since these creatures are almost inactive in the sun, can we use unmanned excavators to directly dig open this continent and find the information inside? Of course, this exploration method is a bit slow. According to the data just obtained, the mirror protection corridor may be 20 to 30 meters deep. In addition, this continent is almost a large piece of suspended metal and is quite thick. We use excavators and drills, and it may take a long time to tinker with it. In addition, we are also manufacturing special light protection devices, which are expected to be manufactured within half a month. We did get a lot of effective data this time." Zhang Ming smiled and said, "If it can reduce casualties, it doesn't matter if it's a little slower. Anyway, you can do it yourself. I'll take a photo of the diary on the Lion Man and send it to you. Hurry up and decipher the text inside. You can think about the rest slowly. If you need any help, just let me know." "Got it. If you have any written text, you can take a photo of it and send it to me." The more text, the better. Zhang Ming flipped through all the drawers and really found some moldy text files. But they were so polluted that they began to emit black gas and evaporated quickly when they touched the light. Zhang Ming held his breath and took a bunch of photos, click, click, and uploaded them. "Well, these words are barely legible. Aren't there any words with pictures?" Several professors next to Zhang Yanlong said with ruddy faces. "These are all we found." Zhang Ming spread his hands. These experts were excited, but also a little worried. This diary only has a few thousand words, plus these materials, there may be less than 100,000 words, and it is too difficult to decipher. But no matter what, they must complete this task. That means the future of mankind. After Zhang Ming transmitted all the information, he turned off the video call. Soon, the sound of a helicopter rumbled came from the back. Several doctors in protective clothing checked his physical data, various X-rays, CT, etc., and there seemed to be nothing particularly strange. After all, Zhang Ming's physical data was a bit outrageous, and it didn't make much sense to look at it with conventional standards. "Xiaoyi, that black air directly pollutes the soul, and it can't be cured. If you are polluted, the people from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau will cut off your head with a knife without hesitation." Zhang Ming recognized one of the genius doctors, a student of the Great Knowledge Academy, whose surname was Yi. Because she was relatively young, only 26 years old, everyone called her Xiaoyi, but a genius is a genius after all, and she is already a master at the age of 26. Scare young girls, uncles like this the most. As a result, the little girl was not scared, but the people from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau were scared to death. Where are we so sharp and unambiguous? Is the impression so bad? Dr. Yi said with a smile, "Ahem, Mr. Zhang, I am wrapped like a brown bear in my white coat and I didn't say anything. How did you recognize me? Okay, now we are going to conduct a psychological test. Please answer truthfully. I will keep it confidential for you." A lot of photos appeared on the screen. "Which of these girls do you think is more beautiful? Why are there photos of monsters? This one is pretty good, wide and big-breasted, wearing a beige sweater, long flowing hair, Soft girls, Teacher Zhang really likes this type, and it has not changed in all these years. Dr. Yu was relaxed and felt that there was nothing wrong with Lao Zhang. As long as the sexual fetish is still human, then there is no big problem. Chapter 409 The Decoded Notebook. Dr. Yu asked again, which of these environments do you think is more comfortable? A sunny beach, a dark and humid cave, a meadow full of flowers, a park full of birdsong and fragrance of flowers. This starry sky environment, it's better to add a tree and a piece of grass. It looks quite comfortable. What kind of psychological reaction do you have when facing monsters? It's time for a life and death battle. Zhang Ming didn't know whether he was scaring the little girl or was serious. Well, if you find that you are contaminated by the shadow beast and are about to lose yourself, what will you do? Chop the thing that contaminated me into meat sauce, then turn it into stone, seal yourself, and wait for others to rescue you. Maybe that's it. If the girl you like turns into a shadow beast and cannot be saved, what will you do? Then you can only cut her off with a knife and give her a quick death. Otherwise, what else can you do? Cry and shout to the sky, don't die? It's useless, Zioi. There are too many helplessness in life, so you still have to cherish the present. After a long time, Dr. Yu returned to the helicopter in fear. It's too cruel. But it's no big deal, the extraordinary is still the half-crazy one. After Dru left, Zhang Ming went back to the deck and listened to the waves hitting the side of the ship. He was in a good mood after playing with the little doctor. He suddenly felt that today was quite fulfilling, a little different from the past 30 years. Being alone in the sea of demons, there was a sense of loneliness and wildness. In other words, it was actually a little exciting. Zhang Ming went crazy. Ha, a life and death battle, a thrilling journey, and surging adrenaline. This is the real sea of demons. Damn, that monster is so strong, I actually chopped it to death. Maybe there are stronger creatures in that continent, waiting for me to chop them. Mama, when are our two brothers going out for an adventure? Old man Baiza is doing very well in the Great Academy of Knowledge, so let him stay on Earth. I've thought about it, it's time to fight goblins and eliminate evil, Shi Tao hurriedly said. My turkey grandson also has to go out to fight monsters. He can't stay on Earth all his life. Okay, Xiaobei must be taken with him. Although Sister Pelican looks arrogant, I think it has been enjoying itself and no longer wants to go out, so let me be the captain and go to the Sea of Demons. What? Why? That's my position. The old voice seemed extremely angry. Ever since this guy became the dean of the Great Academy of Sciences, his appetite has been spoiled, and he even wants to grab the position of captain. Zhang Ming naturally didn't tolerate this guy, and he cursed. Rock, paper, scissors, whoever wins will be the captain. Stone had long discovered the despicable conspiracy of this beast, and said disdainfully, haha, use the computer to play, let the humans in the back send a program, and 1,000 games will determine the winner. Zhang Ming was shocked. After 32 years on Earth, even the stinky stone has become smart and is unwilling to play rock, paper, scissors. But once the words are spoken, the water will be spilled. He can only do it obediently, and then frantically hint to Miss Gord to help him cheat. A mysterious voice sounded in Zhang Ming's mind. Okay, I don't really want you to take too much risk. After all, I don't like fighting, but think about it carefully. It's more important for you to be happy. 1,000 games, how many do you want to win? This was a passionate night, spent in the barking and wailing of Shimama and Zhang Ming. This stinky stone has wanted to be the captain for a long time. Its mood is like a roller coaster. It is about to usher in the dawn of victory, but then it ushered in darkness. Then the dawn, the darkness, and the dawn again. In the ups and downs, it lost with a score of 500, 501. It's just your good luck. Next time, I will definitely become the captain, Shimama shouted unconvinced. But for humans and snake people, that mood really fell to the bottom. A civilization that has completely fallen and turned into a shadow beast, a disaster that is suspected to be likely to spread, and dark creatures that are so powerful that they are unimaginable. These three elements are enough to cause a huge survival crisis for the highest level of mankind. Zhang Yunlong, the leader of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, patted his hot forehead after the night meeting, and then smiled bitterly at the old comrade Wang Fumin who rushed over from Yunhei City. Humans have begun to study whether it is possible to dig the Earth's crust and escape like the Moses civilization. But there are too many problems. After digging the crust, there is only a small continent. How to ensure the daily life of billions of people? How much crust should be dug? Will it affect the potential of the world's will? How to calculate the consumption of the source of the world through Gaia's consciousness transition. These complex problems are really a headache. Who dares to make a decision immediately? That is related to billions of people, and even permanently affects thousands of generations. Therefore, the most important thing is enough information. How about it? Can these words be translated? The human and snake civilizations almost gathered more than 10,000 experts at the fastest speed, and urgently established more than 300 teams to study the photos sent by Zhang Ming all night. In the restaurant of Friendship Island, a group of experts, while eating supper, discussed the tasks just conveyed by the superiors. Zhang Yanlong and Wang Fumin were also mixed in, discussing with several gray-haired professors of information science. The old professor in the lead shook his head. The amount of text is too small. It is extremely difficult to crack it with normal means, but it is still possible by using some supernatural powers. Can't the parrots of the snake people translate languages? It can only translate languages, not text. A snake expert wearing a strange green hat took a bite of a chicken leg and showed a satisfied expression. Now that he was urgently recruited, he naturally had good food and clothing, and his welfare benefits were fully guaranteed. Did Mr. Zhang pick up some instruments? These instruments may also store a lot of data. Can humans crack them? Alice, cracking instruments is more difficult than cracking text. You have to repair the hardware first, figure out the hardware principles, and then you can crack the software in a few years. I don't think it will be successful. The human experts smiled bitterly. Text cracking can still use supernatural means, but cracking instruments is pure technology. It may take 10 years. The snake expert shook his head helplessly. It is said that the shadow beast is outrageously strong. Our tribe's weapons development team is organizing the development of super-powerful light weapons, but it can only deal with small-scale shadow beasts with low combat power. Large-scale, high-intensity shadow beasts can only be directly bombed with your human world nemesis. Okay, don't talk so much nonsense. The gray-haired authoritative professor shook his head. We must find a way to crack it. Use your super thinking and telepathy, and even divination and stargazing. Even if you are too tired to faint, there are replacements. Seeing that these experts also knew the importance of the task, Zhang Yanlong breathed a sigh of relief and asked Lao Wang, "How about it? The director of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, let you be the director. Anyway, the term will be changed in another year. This task is too arduous, and the future despair may come in waves. Now I just want to run away and join the Great Knowledge Academy. And you, Lao Wang, may soar and strengthen the tide of despair." Lao Wang really didn't have the heart to joke, so he could only frown and eat the midnight snack on the plate viciously. Then he went to the territory of the snake people with a series of major tasks to negotiate. So time passed day by day, and the human side was busy to death. On the contrary, Comrade Zhang Ming, who was under quarantine, played computers, games, and mobile phones every day, and felt a long-lost freedom. Don't have to worry about anything, worry-free, and can even quarrel with the paralyzed and exhausted Shimama. It feels so good. But there was still a little accident. These days, staying outside that world, he was not attacked by the shadow beast, but he still felt a certain degree of impact. Whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, from the depths of his heart, he would feel an inexplicable psychological desire. It was as if merging with darkness was the highest goal of life and had some kind of great significance. There was always a voice shouting in his heart, but he couldn't hear what it was saying. He couldn't help but want to return to that world and embrace the darkness completely. It's a bit perverted. After 2 weeks of basking in the sun, this strange psychological phenomenon completely disappeared. It was also during these 2 weeks that the human and snake experts worked hard and finally cracked part of the language with the help of Baiza and Shimama. And the content of it surprised everyone. Lao Zhang, the approximate decryption results are out. There may be some inaccurate content, but it should be about right in general. Take a look. Wang Fumin, who was on a video call, looked a little tired. He was obviously a master of the national level, and it was no problem for him to not sleep for a week, but the pressure brought by the disaster of the Netherrealm was too great. The mental exhaustion was too great, and he couldn't help but have 2 dark circles under his eyes. Facing the suspected annihilation disaster, Lao Wang, who had been lying flat for a long time, became worried again and was responsible for communicating with the snake people. After all, Lao Wang's friendship with the snake people is the deepest among the group of people. There are many jobs, and acquaintances are still very important. It is true that a blessing in disguise. How is your health? Is the dark temptation feeling better? Or come to the friendship island to rest for a while, I should be fine. As for these instruments on hand, let them dry for a while. There is no need to worry too much. Zhang Ming clicked the mouse to check the translated text. Chapter 410, Moses becoming a transcendent. First, a large number of text materials were found in the drawer. Most of them were about the entry and exit of goods, the patrol team's sign-in, etc. There didn't seem to be anything important. But these ordinary contents were actually the breakthrough points for deciphering. As long as we guessed and deciphered a little bit, we could then deduce a series of texts. Lao Wang swallowed his saliva. This civilization, that is, the Moses civilization, has about 4 masters in a group, guarding these exits. There are a total of 16 exits on this continent. The records show that these 4 masters are all at the national level, so the strength of this civilization may be much higher than that of humans. They must have at least 64 national masters to take on the duty. If we count the shift change, there must be at least 128. Even national masters need to rest. Of course, if we develop for another 200 years, we can almost have so many national masters. At the current rate of development, humans think they can do it. Zhang Ming frowned and said, that is, the Moses civilization believes that 4 masters of the national level, together with other soldiers, using the mirror corridor and various light weapons, can already resist the external invasion of shadow beasts. Wang Fumin replied, yes, but how these shadow beasts broke through this defensive fortress is another matter. In addition, these tables also reveal a very important piece of information. The thickness of the wall is about 30 meters. In other words, the spatial mobility of the shadow beasts cannot penetrate this 30-meter concrete metal wall, let alone teleport into the interior. To enter the interior space, they must pass through the mirror corridor. For this data, the Moses civilization should have designed a lot of redundancy. They can't joke with their own lives. Zhang Yunlong shook his head and sighed, not entirely. We'd better investigate their extinction method and don't repeat the same mistakes. Zhang Ming frowned. He also discovered in the battle that the spatial ability of these shadow beasts has a limit. Otherwise, the giant worm would have escaped through the wall long ago, and would not have been hacked to death by itself. The other text material is the notebook. It recorded in detail the process of a person who reached the limit of the spirit and lost himself after being swallowed by darkness. The person who reached the limit of the spirit, Zhang Ming was slightly stunned and read it with great interest. June 30th, Light Rain. We have been searching for the ultimate truth, but due to our lack of strength, the information we have obtained is still limited. Our like-minded partners, the Zhenki civilization, believe that the disaster in the Netherrealm was caused by some kind of strong idealistic rule, because the creatures corrupted by the darkness have all shown incredible signs of strengthening. Their super-high combat effectiveness in the dark environment is far beyond the reach of normal life. It is precisely because this kind of strong idealistic rule is too easy to control that the large-scale corruption and degeneration disaster in the Netherrealm has occurred. The analysis of this Henki civilization is indeed quite reasonable. After a certain creature is corrupted by the strong rule, it can generate a small Netherrealm around itself, which is similar to the ability of an alien space. This small Netherrealm will infect other creatures to form a larger Netherrealm. Thus, under a chain reaction, the disaster spreads exponentially to the outside world. As for the origin of the Netherrealm disaster, we are temporarily unable to investigate. It may be spread from the world community next door. Zhang Ming's pupils dilated slightly. Just this paragraph of text made this adventure worthwhile. How far has the Netherworld disaster spread? It has spread from one neighbor to another, like an epidemic that will never end. The diary wrote, so, can we use this extremely easy to control strong rule to become a supernatural being? The answer is yes, but it is also difficult, because it is difficult to stay rational after being corrupted by the Netherrealm. Even the original supernatural life, the sky-splitting dragon, has become an irrational creature, not to mention us creatures with ordinary blood. But if we can really find a way to stay rational, we can successfully survive this terrible Netherrealm disaster. We can even go one step further and become a powerful civilization of the second or third category. I heard that this Henki civilization has shown signs of success. I don't know how they achieved it. Maybe it's just a lie to appease people. In short, all civilizations are also studying this dangerous strong idealistic rule, but even if we are partners, they can't tell us all the information. We have to spend a huge price to buy it. The individuals of my Moses civilization are not good at research, but better at fighting. They are really helpless about this kind of thing. This passage really scared Zhang Ming. There are still civilizations that want to use the strong idealistic rules in the nether realm. Don't want to die. But if you think about it carefully, it seems normal. Using the strong rules in the blood of the divine beast, isn't it also easy to pollute the soul and lose reason? And you have to study various genetic technologies, and maybe even organ transplants, which is very troublesome. On the contrary, the strong idealistic rules in the netherworld are really easy to control as long as you accept them. As for how to stay sane, that is another matter. The content in the diary continued. July 7th, the weather was clear. The long-lost sunshine, spreading across the continent, made people feel wonderful. It's been a long time since I last saw this kind of sunshine. The outside world is getting bigger and bigger, and the normal sea area of the Demon Sea is getting smaller and smaller. Time and space storms are frequent, and the outside environment is so harsh that we can't survive. No one knows when the space collapse will happen. We must be mentally prepared for space jumps at any time. Fortunately, the century-long project is almost coming to an end. Zhang Ming asked, "What is the space collapse?" Wang Fuman said, "We asked the snake civilization about this question. The snake people believe that the Demon Sea has its own special rules. When a certain area of the sea cannot be saved, a space collapse will occur, stripping off the entire sea area. It is equivalent to amputation in humans, or losing a hair. After all, the scope of the world community is really just a drop in the bucket for the Demon Sea. Okay, where did those things go after the space collapse? Only God knows this question." The next diary wrote. Professor Shikifu of this Henki civilization revealed their method of using the power of contracts to maintain self-sanity. Even if the experiment fails, it will not drag down our tribe, and there will only be one more extraordinary relic. It sounds reasonable. After all, they have unique technology and contracts. I discussed the specific details with this professor, and I feel that it is indeed feasible. But every experiment has risks, especially experiments on those at the limit of the spirit, which must be done with extreme caution. They didn't have a suitable candidate in this Henki civilization, so they found me. I'm already very old, and my body is slowly going downhill. My lifespan is about to end, and my soul is slowly failing. Should I just go for it and take a gamble? Anyway, I'm dying soon. Once we find a way to control the rules of the netherworld, our chances of survival in this disaster will increase significantly. We will even become a stronger civilization in the Sea of Devils. That's my lifelong dream. It can be seen that this Moses has deep feelings for his own tribe. August 2nd, cloudy. We are about to start the space jump. I hope that our 7 races can find a new home in the future during this long journey, and may our friendship last forever. However, I can't see that day, because my life is coming to an end, and I have a hunch that in a few days, I will die of old age. The spiritual limiters who die of old age can only appear in extremely powerful first-type civilizations. Unfortunately, on this day we must flee our homeland and face an unknown fate. It doesn't matter, we will definitely survive. I encourage myself in this way, just like when I faced difficulties in my youth, so I accepted the plan given by this Henki civilization and signed the contract. I swear that I will never fight against my mother civilization and will always protect my civilization, otherwise I will be erased from the soul level. With this contract, it is indeed much safer. Even if I become a monster, as long as I attack the Moses, I will die immediately. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and clicked the mouse to turn to the next page. I was locked in a mirror cage and welcomed the small piece of darkness. I felt like a baby in the womb, with a sense of a thriving soul. This feeling was very comfortable. The bottleneck that once restricted me was loosened in a short moment. Am I still sane? At least I can still write a diary. Right. I carefully comprehended this magical dark rule and completed some experiments in cooperation. I found that I really couldn't escape the mirror cage, nor could I penetrate the 30-meter thick wall unless I used brute force. Of course, the dark rule cannot greatly enhance brute force, so I can rest assured about this. In fact, as long as there is a 5-meter metal wall with supernatural isolation properties, it can block the invasion of shadow beasts. After obtaining reliable data, everyone was in a good mood. Some people even thought that they should let me, a transcendent, out of the mirror cage. I am a new transcendent. As a symbol of the second type of civilization, how can I be locked in a cage? I declined their kindness and thought that I should observe them for a while longer, and wished them a successful time and space jump. It's the end of the month, please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 411, The Diary of a Transcendent. The diary continued to write, I can't remember what day it is today. The concept of time is slowly becoming blurred. My daily routine has deviated from the original track. I heard from the staff outside that the first jump was successful. As expected, our world community was destroyed, not just this one. Damn, many communities have been destroyed, but I don't feel that anxious. Only then did I realize that my mentality has undergone a subtle change. I only care about myself now. For some reason, being locked in the cage has made me more and more irritable. Originally, I should have cooperated to complete various experiments, but my patience was declining uncontrollably, and my personality became more and more violent. I began to hate light because a dark area was generated around my body. I am like a fish, and the dark area is like water. I am flexible and free in the water and can move instantly, and the light is like a hard rock. My activities in the light are severely restricted, and I even have a feeling of suffocation due to lack of oxygen. Researchers believe that this is a normal physiological phenomenon. I do not have complete control over this strong rule, but this rule in turn controls me, so it distorts my cognition. What we have to do now is to completely control this rule and be able to control it freely. Can we really do it? My cognition is slowly changing. Am I still the same person I used to be? I am even beginning to be indifferent to what is happening to my tribe members. The handwriting in the following diary became noticeably more sloppy. Today I completed another light experiment. I was like an animal in a cage, wailing in pain under the light. I was exhausted and asked the researchers what the results were. They remained silent, obviously thinking that I might become corrupt and eventually lose my will. I have developed a vague hatred for creatures that can live under light. This hatred is growing day by day. Even if I try to restrain it carefully, it is difficult to overcome. It's like I hate eating vegetables by nature. No matter how I hypnotize myself, I just like eating meat and not vegetables. No, I must overcome it. Those people and those things are what I loved and cherished in the past. I must tell them about all the psychological changes. Even if the experiment fails, I must let them know so that they can gain these data and experience. So I told them the truth. My ideas have changed fundamentally. I want to turn them all into shadow creatures. This is a brand new evolutionary path that can allow us to ascend to the sky and become a fifth type civilization, which is the peak civilization. Even a sixth type civilization that surpasses the peak civilization. Those scholars have a deep fear of my imagination and description. I smelled the breath of panic, and I felt that the thick panic was like the nectar of the gods. Very delicious. Maybe I am right, maybe I am wrong, who knows? After reading this, Zhang Ming held his breath, and even had a little admiration for the experimenter in his heart. He was willing to describe his psychological changes, which was already a very valuable courage. You know, after saying this, how much malice will be generated in compatriots? Maybe, in the next second, you will be executed. No matter how rich and prosperous you are in your life, how high an official you are, and how much contribution you have made to civilization, as long as you say this, it is equivalent to losing your integrity in your later years. That kind of pain is terrible to think about. At least, he, Zhang Ming, may not have such courage. The following handwriting was even more sloppy. What day is today? I have completely lost the sense of time. Some weird words that cannot be deciphered. I am not interested in most things, as if everything has nothing to do with me. I can only recall the distant past and find some fun. I don't care what experiment they want. I try to control the madly expanding malice in my heart, but it is only a matter of time before it completely loses control, and I haven't explored any effective experience. Damn it. I wish I could turn them all into shadow creatures. Why do they treat me like this? Then there are long paragraphs of curses. Zhang Ming has some psychological trauma from this diary that is getting more and more depressed day by day. The kind of terror that you can't even resist and don't know who the enemy is. It really makes people breathless. He can only sigh, and then continue to read the diary with some empathy. The following diary has been spent in a long tug of war. This spiritual limiter, who is controlled by the dark rules, spends most of his time cursing and getting angry. He began to hate the world and wanted to destroy everything. Only a small part of the time was awake, and he doubted why he had such an idea at the moment, and then wrote some experimental records in his diary to comfort himself that it will definitely succeed. But it was obvious that when his condition was getting worse and worse, he himself did not believe that he would succeed in the future. The next diary, human will is worthless in the face of strong idealistic rules. My personal will is slowly collapsing. Only the world will use the light emitted by the source of the world to protect my soul and let me regain my sanity for a short time. This is also the most common way to become a superhuman, but the source of the world needs to be consumed too much. How can we afford it? When I was awake, I felt that I should die immediately. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. How can I say this method? Even he himself has used it. If hundreds of units of source can create a sober superhuman, it is acceptable for a civilization. But the bad thing is that his achievement of superhuman is a coincidence and difficult to replicate. Then came the content of the last diary. The handwriting was very sloppy, and it started with a lot of conventional curses. What day is today? They didn't use the source of the world on me. I failed so bad, but I still recovered a little bit of sanity. I recorded this information and hope it will be useful to future generations. It's so bad, I'm like a patient with rabies. A little light will make me crazy, and I want to kill the light source. But staying in a dark environment is extremely comfortable. I felt a mysterious call, as if something was calling me, and I wanted to become one with it. A long paragraph of nonsense that I don't know how to translate. There were panic screams outside. What happened? What? Shadow beasts appeared inside our continent. How is it possible? I heard desperate screams of fear, as if countless panics enveloped me. But I was extremely excited, and there was a weird desire brewing in my heart. I gained the ability to devour panic. The more panic the lives around me, the stronger I will be. I'm going to kill those damn things. I just want to transform my people into a rational shadow race, instead of being hunted by shadow beasts and transformed into a rational species. Once this goal is achieved, we will become a fifth-class civilization. But they don't want to let me out. Damn it. We have become the sixth type of civilization. The sixth type of civilization is black, white, gray, blue, and red in intervals. You all have to die. Then came the illegible words, which occupied more than half of the diary. The owner of the diary fell into a state of mental madness, and all the sentences were incoherent. It may be that seeing the large number of deaths of his tribesmen led to his madness, or it may be that after integrating the strong rules, his mental state was originally unstable. But he still recorded a lot of information. He wanted to leave this information behind for the benefit of future generations. What's more tragic is that no one can understand his words anymore. At least the current humans and snake people can't translate them at all. It may be because of the contract signed with this Henki civilization, or there may be a little instinctive obsession, which made him guard the entrance and exit of the mirror corridor and attack all invading enemies. However, his reason could no longer tell whether the mother civilization was extinct. He turned into a shadow beast, just like in the past, guarding the years and the places he was familiar with. Until he was killed by Zhang Ming. A man of extraordinary talent and will as strong as steel, ended up like this. It is really sad. Zhang Ming was silent for a long time before he sighed. So the monster I killed was once a spiritual limiter, and even a transcendent. No wonder this monster is so strong, but the diary still doesn't explain how the civilization became extinct. We still need to continue digging for treasures. Right, that's true. The information we have obtained is still insufficient, Lao Wang on the screen said hurriedly, but you don't need to do it yourself. On the one hand, running to the interior of the continent and fighting the shadow beasts is too dangerous. Maybe there are more powerful species, with a ready-made example in front of them. The human side would never dare to let Lao Zhang rashly go in to investigate. What if it is polluted, and like the owner of the diary, his cognition changes seriously? Wouldn't it be a complete failure? Anyway, no matter from which aspect, even if Zhang Ming wants to run in for excitement, the human side will definitely persuade him earnestly. Moreover, the information in this diary is indeed valuable enough, and it fully describes the nature and abilities of the shadow beasts. How strong the light is to cause restraint and damage, how thick the wall is to block space jumps, etc. This information is worth 1,000 gold in the war that may break out in the future. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 The Second Expedition. Lao Wang swallowed his saliva and said, on the other hand, we found the source of electromagnetic wave signals. Didn't we broadcast electromagnetic waves to the outside world at the beginning and get a corresponding response? It should be sent by the signal source. You mean, there are still living people, Zhang Ming's expression suddenly changed. The value of a survivor is much higher than that of a machine or something. No, 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 there should be no living people, otherwise they would have jumped out long ago. The signal source is located on the top floor of a pyramid building, suspected to be an unmanned radio station. The civilization was extinct not long ago, only a few months, and many machines are still functioning normally. As long as we can crack these machines, we should be able to get a lot of information, so there is no need to risk entering the interior of the continent for a second investigation. Of course, the efficiency of unmanned exploration is too slow. At that time, we will need your help to find the radio station that is still in operation on the upper floors of the pyramid. Of course, the main force of the investigation should be the investigators sent by humans and snake people themselves. You just need to watch over them and don't let too many of them die. Zhang Ming thought for a while. That's not a big problem. Have you asked the Honggang people? What do they know about the disaster in the Nether Realm? I have asked. Lao Wang smiled bitterly. There is no such world for refugees over there, and they know less than us. The spread of this disaster has just begun, and we may still have some time. I hope so. As time went by, Zhang Ming felt that he was in good health and the quarantine was almost over, so he transported all the electronic instruments he had collected to the rear for experts and scholars to decipher and study. As for the results of the research, it would be impossible to get very good results in a short time. Obviously, this civilization, that is, the Moses civilization, has a very high level of attainment in both the idealistic and materialistic fields. An expert held a palm-sized object with great interest and explained excitedly, "This is a chip based on carbon-based materials, with a lot of rune micro-carving structures inside. Our preliminary prediction is that its running speed is no less than our 128-nanometer silicon-based chip. And its stability in supernatural environments is even better. It's just a pity that this fiber material may be the unique technology of this civilization, and we have no way to replicate it." 128 nanometers. Zhang Ming was a little surprised. The expert explained in simple terms, "Our chips will be scrapped immediately after being contaminated by the black fog. But this chip made of lion hair will not break down easily and can last for a long time. So 128 nanometers is enough. I understand. Unique technology is really awesome." The expert picked up a pyramid-shaped box again. "This is a hard disk made based on unique technology, which stores a lot of information. Unfortunately, these machines have been in the Netherrealm for a long time and are still damaged. It is too difficult to crack them out of thin air. It is best to find some intact machines that can be started normally. With samples, we can crack the data faster." At this time, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. It was Li Xianfeng calling. "Lao Zhang. The combat robots that have been modified for a month have arrived. Go and inspect them quickly. Tell me if you have any questions." Ha ha ha, the power of technology. Boom planes flew across the sky, delivering several combat robots. This is a power armor code named Apocalypse. It is 4 meters tall and has hundreds of glittering light bulbs all over its body, including many red supernatural luminous objects that are simply blinding. The shape of this 100-eyed demon lord is really strange. Not long ago, he laughed at Li Xianfeng, saying that studying mechas was actually useless, because in the supernatural era, human speed and agility would surpass the slow mechas. Can your mecha withstand an axe from the abyss axe? As a result, it really comes in handy now. Because the mecha can emit strong light, and can also launch small nuclear missiles and freezing rays. Even inside the cab, a mirror steel defense interlayer is installed, which is full of light and can isolate the attack of shadow beasts. This kind of defense ability is not comparable to superpowers. What's more, to be on the safe side, the snake people also contributed a lot of good things, a few big dragon balls. The 3-headed dragon with the blood of a divine beast cultivated by the snake civilization will breed dragon balls in its prime, and it takes hundreds of years to breed one. This thing contains extremely high energy and can stimulate super strong light. It has excellent stability and can emit stable light even in the dark. It has to be admitted that both humans and snake people have spent a lot of money on this expedition. Soon, Bishan and fortune teller Sia from the Polaris team drove the Apocalypse-level power armor and started moving. "Teacher, we are responsible for the investigation of this operation. Would you like to try this thing? It's so powerful. Although it's not as fast as humans, it's beautiful and majestic." Because they had trained the Polaris team for a period of time, they called Zhang Ming teacher. Zhang Ming didn't mind and sat on a mecha directly. It was not as troublesome to control as imagined. With a thought, the mecha would move in the desired direction. This kind of neuron interaction technology was only born in recent years. Although there is still some delay, it can definitely be used on the battlefield. What's the failure rate? The core systems are protected by mirror steel, and the probability of failure is very low. Let me be frank first. Don't hold us back. If you can beat ordinary shadow beasts, I don't have to work so hard to explore that ghost place alone. It's not that we don't have enough strength, but we can make up for it with technology. We also carry small nuclear bombs and freezing lasers. Zhang Ming saw a button for a nuclear weapon, pressed it eagerly, and fired a blank shell, hitting the bullseye accurately. As for the freezing laser, he didn't fire it. This thing is terribly expensive. Li Xianfeng will definitely curse if he knows. In short, Lao Zhang really had a lot of fun. Men love Gundam and nuclear bombs until they die. This is not a joke. In addition, the Snake people also sent 2 national-level masters, one named Black Scale and the other named White Scale. They are 2 brothers and sisters with strong spiritual power. The little white snake is pretty, with a slender body and inconspicuous scales on its skin. It looks white and tender. And its face meets the human aesthetic standard. At least in Zhang Ming's opinion, it's pretty good. The 2 snakemen are also fully armed, with 20-centimeter Dragon Balls on their heads. The orange-red light is like a little sun. Holding a spherical weapon in his hand, called Sunbeam, it can emit a super-strong laser with the energy in the Dragon Ball. This laser can melt a 3-meter-thick concrete wall at once. Humans don't have such a strong laser weapon. Ba Lin saw Zhang Ming and said with a smile, "My lord, even if we are in danger, please don't take action before we are on the verge of death. We must find a suitable way of exploration for ourselves. With sufficient preparation, we should be able to fight against ordinary shadow beasts. But if we really encounter a life and death crisis, please help us a little bit." The female snakeman has a soft accent, which is quite nice. Zhang Ming smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I will definitely not watch you die." The exploration of the ruins of the Moses civilization is obviously a long-term project. It may take several years to crack the various instruments. He was digging the ruins slowly by himself, which was too slow. If the team of humans and snake people can find a way to fight the shadow beasts, there is no need to fight those strongest shadow beasts. As long as they can beat ordinary ones and explore part of the surface area, they can share a lot of pressure. Therefore, this is also a good opportunity to train soldiers. Zhang Ming will take care of them a little bit, so that they can have some combat experience and don't let these national talents die. After everything was ready, Zhang Ming waved his hand. "In this case, we will set off tomorrow." It was still the 1,000-ton ship, and the time was set at 9 o'clock the next morning. This time the preparations were more abundant than the last time. After 3 weeks of recuperation, Lord Shimima had long recovered and could use the historical retracing ability again. It wanted to bark with Zhang Ming. But with so many outsiders, they could only hold it in to maintain their image as masters. As for the 4 national masters, Bishan, Sia, Helan and Bilan, they were tense and felt this desolate and terrifying world. The continent of Moses civilization did not have the warmth of the normal world, but was filled with a sense of death and terror. I don't know if this sixth sense is a psychological effect or really so. Ms. Sia, who is responsible for divination and prediction, suddenly said, "Do you think that the world will of this world has died a long time ago? There are no normal creatures here. How can there still be a world will? It can't be that the shadow beast constitutes the world will. If the world is dead, where does the soap bubble-like protective film come from?" Bishan asked casually. "Isn't it said that the demon sea also has its own will? Maybe the demon sea of our community instinctively rejects this world, so it uses the world bubble to cover this continent." This speculation is quite interesting. The demon sea does have its own will. Thinking back to the time when Zuanwu wanted to break through the realm of the gods, wasn't he stopped by the demon sea? Shimima hummed, recalled the past, and fell into silence again. P.S. It's the end of the month, please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 413, Instructions from the Sea of Demons. Half an hour later, the port of Moses civilization arrived. Several apocalypse mechas were all-tracked and had no jumping ability, so the 2 investigation teammates carried the mechas separately and jumped ashore. This scene was a bit inexplicably funny, just like humans carrying a broken car on the road. Lao Zhang finally understood why Li Xianfeng put the cab so low, because he wanted to maximize the power of people. Even if the mecha is broken, it can be used as armor, as long as the driver's strength is strong enough, and the mecha can be carried with his legs. Li Xianfeng, you are a good person. The two snakemen also carried their own equipment and carefully rushed ashore. In contrast, the snakemen's equipment is simple and luxurious, and it is a master-level craftsmanship at a glance. Just like the standard equipment in fantasy novels, they have glowing beads, scales of powerful creatures, animal tooth necklaces, and some weird things that can cast witchcraft. Two civilizations, completely different battle preparations, made Zhang Ming feel like science fiction and magic were competing against each other. However, as soon as she landed on this continent, the fortune teller Sia was so frightened that goosebumps appeared all over her body, and her whole spirit was in a trance. She gritted her teeth, took out her crystal ball, and began to divine. Gradually, a mysterious temptation enveloped her heart. What kind of feeling is this? Time was broken at this moment, and she fell into deep illusion. Creatures, dense creatures. Immersed in the dark atmosphere as thick as grease, they slowly melted into part of the darkness. The dense darkness was filled with creatures, the most conspicuous of which were super creatures with a body length of 10,000 meters. They were densely packed together, forming the skeleton of the dark space. Inside this skeleton, all animals, including intelligent life, were squeezed together, forming the internal organs of the dark space. Further down, in the internal organs, black water was surging, which was countless ordinary life. In the sky, hundreds of billions of birds formed a dark cloud vortex covering the entire sky, and the shadows covering the entire sky appeared and disappeared in it. Everything was silent, and the most terrifying thing was those eyes, countless eyes, staring at her at this moment. Her subconsciousness struggled to float up, trying to escape from this terrifying dark world. Others seemed to be unaware. Only Miss Gore discovered that Ms. Sia was mentally ill, and hit her on the head with a prop. Sia couldn't help but let out an ah in her throat, and came back to her senses in a daze, and found that her whole body was soaked in sweat. She panted heavily, and after a long time, she wiped the sweat off her face and whispered, I saw something strange. I have a strong premonition that there are indeed no normal creatures in this continent. This can't be the disaster of the demon god? Just divination almost killed me. Lao Zhang was stunned. Not only did he not panic, but he also felt excited about witnessing a big scene. If it is the disaster of the demon god, the entire world ring may be destroyed. The snake people were even more nervous. If it is the disaster of the demon god, wouldn't everything be ruined? I was just talking casually. If it is the disaster of the demon god, we will definitely find evidence here. Sia was also frightened by her own thoughts. After a while, the two snake people also began to use their own methods to perceive the world. However, with Sia as an example, they did not dare to go too far. They just lay on the land and listened to the world quietly. All things have spirits. The high-level snake people who are good at animal taming can connect with all things in the world and listen to their voices. After a long while, Bailin also widened his eyes and said in fear, "We are invincible. I even heard the wailing of the Sea of Demons. We should destroy this continent, destroy it and let it melt in the endless light." This is the first time I have heard direct instructions from the Sea of Demons. Zhang Ming wiped his sweat and laughed. You mean, destroying this continent can delay the invasion of the Netherrealm disaster? I'm not sure, but I did hear instructions from the Sea of Demons. Let us kill all the creatures inside. The two snake people looked at it eagerly. Their snake civilization did not have the ability to destroy the continent. Obviously, humans had to use hydrogen bombs to do it. Moreover, a continent as large as this could not be destroyed with hundreds of nuclear bombs. At least tens of thousands would be needed. It's not that we have to sink this continent, but killing all the shadow beasts in it can effectively delay the spread of the disaster, Bailin said cautiously. If humans can use hydrogen bombs to eliminate the shadow beasts on this continent, our sea area may be able to be stable for a longer time. The two snake elites who specialize in cultivating perception seem to be particularly shocked. They seem to have foreseen their own death. This is the real, overwhelming, and unstoppable disaster. Even if there is just a sign, the resources of the entire civilization must be mobilized to suppress them. You have to go to a meeting to negotiate this matter. It's useless to tell me. Even if I kill 100 shadow beasts a day, how long will it take? Zhang Ming waved his hand and pointed to the sun in the sky. Time is limited. Let's complete our tasks first. These people are all experienced warriors. They quickly stopped thinking about it and cheered up again. 5 people, 1 stone and 1 gourd, move the cars, trams, and excavators parked on the roadside to the ship one by one. More machines can more effectively increase the probability of cracking the rear. There were some small accidents in the middle. The small shadow beasts hiding in the car fled away with a whoosh after being shaken. Under the sunlight, it seemed like a group of black fog moving at the speed of sound. Zhang Ming was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He aimed at a group of black fog and fired a freezing laser. The speed of sound is a world of difference compared to the speed of light. The freezing light speed accurately hid a fleeing small shadow beast and quickly froze it into a block of ice. Sizzle, under the sunlight, a large amount of black fog evaporated, and the small shadow beast was tanned into shriveled mouse skin. Only a high-raised purple tail and a few protruding teeth were intact. Comrade Bishan of the Polaris team carefully put the mouse corpse into a mirror cage and studied it for a while. According to current data, shadow beasts seem to be able to grow infinitely. The larger the species, the stronger their combat power. Shadow beasts with a body length of more than 100 meters are extraordinary level, and may have more complex superpowers. As for these small animals, they should only have the space transferability related to the nether realm. Zhang Ming walked forward and also took a few glances. The freezing beam I just fired is only 5% of the maximum power. If I encounter a stronger shadow beast, I should be able to deal with it calmly. But it is better to fight in the sun to avoid complications. Seeing that the freezing beam is indeed effective, the humans are really relieved. The unique technology is indeed reliable. However, people did not hunt these small shadow beasts running around. Because the cost of each freezing beam is quite high, hunting such creatures with no benefits is equivalent to throwing money into the sea. After being busy until about 12 noon, the exploration team finally slowly arrived at their destination, the bottom of the large pyramid that regularly emits electromagnetic pulses. Its surface exudes a bronze halo. From the structure, the pyramid shape has a very strong earthquake resistance and can withstand external attacks from large-yield weapons. The walls of the pyramid are made of pyrite and high-strength concrete. Bishan investigated for a while. Pyrite is widely distributed in the Demon Sea. It has better ductility and compression and tension resistance than conventional steel bars. It also has a certain degree of resistance to superpower invasion. As for the specifications of the concrete, it is about C70. Generally, C40 or C50 concrete strength can be used for bridge piers. C70 is used here to resist high-strength shadow beasts. Zhang Ming nodded and stepped forward to explore for a while. The heavy metal door is about 5 meters high, just enough to accommodate the apocalypse mecha. But this time it was okay. The door was ajar, and there was no need to open it. With a squeak, after the metal door opened, some shadowy shadows flashed before their eyes. The overwhelming dust shone in the sun. Everyone held their breath and activated various perception abilities to investigate the interior. The interior of the pyramid is very spacious, but visibility is not high. A large amount of black fog fills the entire space, blocking the view. See Elictor dry lips. There must be shadow beasts inside, but I have a hunch that they should not be too powerful. After all, this is the surface. Adjust the monitoring band to infrared, and you may see more clearly. These shadow beasts also have a little temperature. Then let's start. Aren't we going to have actual combat training? Zhang Ming said with a smile. Put out the little sun. It's not easy for the shadow beasts to come out with this little sun. Don't use small nuclear bombs. It's not good for us to blow up this pyramid. Also, we have to pay attention to the erosion of darkness. Once touched by a shadow beast, we have to be exposed to strong light for a long time. Understood? 2 mechas and 2 snakemen walked into the room carefully, and Zhang Ming stood at the end of the team, staring at them. The interior space is very empty, but under the influence of the shadow beast, visibility is not high. This may be a huge warehouse, with a huge amount of mineral resources placed inside. At first glance, it looks like a mountain of gold and silver. People know that after the space jump, the land area has been drastically reduced, resulting in a large reduction in mineral resources. Therefore, the Moses civilization prepared a large amount of ore in advance and stored it in the warehouse. Chapter 414, Science Fiction Technology versus Magic Technology. But no matter how much ore is dug, it can never be compared with the original reserves. All resources are limited, and we must be thrifty. This kind of life is indeed a bit embarrassing. Looking at these ores, Zhang Ming's idea of picking up garbage is stirring, and he subconsciously wants to be a garbage worker. Then he smiled dumbly. These yellow ironstones, black jade, And Shanghai stones are actually not valuable. They can be seen everywhere in the seabed veins of the Demon Sea. Converted into human currency, they are only worth tens of thousands of yuan per ton. Only by mobilizing the power of the entire civilization can it make sense to pick them up. Bypassing these mines and away from the sunlight outside, Zhang Ming suddenly felt a cold air approaching rapidly, and he hurriedly took a step back. Here it comes. Then in the next second, a strange voice sounded. A thick black shadow crawled down from the stairs. Looking closely, a slug-like creature about 8 meters long rushed to the edge of the snake man's black scales at a very fast speed. The bigger the shadow beast is, the higher its combat power is. An 8-meter-long beast is not a powerful species, but its speed is as fast as lightning. After the two green sticky tentacles came into contact with the black scales on the snake man's body, they gradually stuck together. The thick darkness and coldness attacked the soul, causing Black Scale to roar ah. The four-man team naturally knew that they were attacked, and reacted as quickly as possible, aiming their guns at the shadow beast. Especially Black Scale, who was the first to bear the brunt, although he had long recognized the horror of the shadow beast. Only by experiencing it personally could he know how powerful and weird it was. The cold touch that penetrated into his soul seemed to paralyze his soul. It made his body continue to become empty. Even though this was a snake man known for his defensive ability and strong will, he was still defeated in the face of this terrifying mental shock, as if he could be pulled into the terrifying dark space at any time. He used all his strength and screamed ah. The scales on his body began to turn colorful to resist the erosion of the shadow beast's power. With red eyes, he shouted, I can't move, but I can still resist, I can still resist, I can still fight back. Turn up the light. Turn it up. Bishan on the side quickly turned up the light intensity. At the same time, he used a serrated weapon that emitted extremely high heat and cut it. This is a high serrated weapon produced by the Academy of Sciences. Through the high-speed rotation of the saw teeth, it can achieve an indestructible effect. The surface of the weapon is connected with high-voltage electricity and a temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius. This saw directly cut out a ball of black gas. The current was transmitted to the shadow beast, making a crackling sound. Zhang Ming smelled a strong burnt smell and quickly took out a gas mask from his backpack and put it on. Not to mention, the robots developed by humans are quite capable. The shadow beast felt pain and swung its tail violently, but was blocked by the heating shield of another mecha, making a bang. Hey Lin, can you still resist? I'm going to saw its head off now. Hey Lin tried his best and roared, ah, I can still resist electric current. Your electric current is transmitted to me. In the next moment, in the blink of an eye, Ba Lin activated the solar beam in his hand, and an orange light as thick as an arm hit the shadow beast's head. Pa! The shadow beast fell to the ground. Everyone quickly turned on the high-power lights, and the attack snake man gasped for breath, and the surface of his skin showed a burnt smell. And this shadow beast was a transformed lion man who was polluted, and his head was just pierced by the solar beam. Judging from the size of the shadow beast, it should be just an ordinary level. These weapons are powerful enough. The power of the civilization's foundation level should not be underestimated. Zhang Ming checked the mine hit by the sunbeam, and then looked at the panting snakeman Black Scale with blurred eyes. Under normal circumstances, most civilizations use offensive means, which are far greater than defensive means. The experiment just now once again obtained valuable data. Under the attack of the shadow beast, a single national warrior can only hold on for about 10 seconds. Once controlled, it is necessary to have the support of the team, otherwise it will be controlled to death. The risk of this kind of experiment is naturally terrifyingly high. If you are not careful, irreversible pollution will occur, or you will be dragged into a different space and never come back. He still admires these warriors who can dedicate everything to civilization. At least he can't do it himself. He, Lao Zhang, came here more to find some excitement and be a fun person, or he is a soft-hearted person, not willing to see potential compatriots die. So he ran here to watch a little. Click. Click. A pile of ore was hit by the sunbeam just now, and turned into red magma, which rolled to the ground drop by drop. Zhang Ming was somewhat fortunate that this mine was not coal, otherwise the whole area would be burned, and all the machines would naturally be burned out. Although the 4 members of the expedition team killed a shadow beast, they did not feel any excitement. They were nervous and summarized the data they had just obtained. Under the light intensity of 100,000 lus, the shadow beasts were obviously afraid. Under the light intensity of 200,000 lus, The mental pressure we endured was greatly reduced, and the shadow beasts transferred most of their hatred to the light source. Bishan explained, the intensity of sunlight outside is about 80,000, so we turned the light source to about 50,000, which will not attract the hatred of those behemoths and eliminate the small risks. If the light is too strong, the hatred will be too high. As for high-frequency weapons, they are still useful. The defense level of the shadow beast just now is equivalent to 3,000 units of diamond. It can be easily broken by high temperature and indestructibility. I understand. Let's move my brother out first. He looks a little unconscious, the snake man Lin said with some concern. Everyone was not optimistic, because they knew that this was just the most ordinary shadow beast. Lord Shinma pretended to praise, you did a good job. It seems that even without Lao Zhang, you can kill this thing. Dean Shi, do you have any good ideas? The two human investigators asked hurriedly. Shimama was immediately stumped, and said in an old voice, I mean the snake people did a good job. They were brave and fearless, and used traditional fighting methods to obtain information. Unlike you two guys hiding in the mechas, what scientific fighting methods? I think you are cowardly and afraid of death, Zhang Ming sneered and defended his student. What nonsense are you talking about? Are traditional fighting methods superior? In modern warfare, humans hide in air-conditioned rooms, move their fingers, and use missiles to bomb you Yanjiao people thousands of miles away. Can your brave and fearless Yanjiao people hold a bow and arrow and shoot 10,000 miles? Or ride a horse for 10,000 miles? Shimama was immediately furious. Zuanwu can spray 10,000 miles in one breath, right? Zuanwu is not the pet of the Yanjiao people. I admit that Zuanwu is very strong, but Zuanwu is also on good terms with humans. Maybe the two will not help each other. This sentence not only complimented Zuanwu and touched Shimama's sore spot, but also made it impossible for him to refute. It had to admit that if a war broke out between humans and Yanjiao people, as long as Zuanwu did not take action, the Yanjiao people would definitely be crushed one-sidedly. Just kidding. Whether it is the level of technology or individual combat power, humans are now much more powerful than the Yanjiao people in the past. When the investigation team heard the two teachers quarreling, they could only keep silent. The snake man actually thinks that the humans' fighting method is very good. If it is not a last resort, who would be willing to suffer here? After everyone moved Lin out, they found that there were several black palm prints on his shoulders. The scales were corroded and smelled faintly. This black snake man is indeed strong-willed. He took out a bottle of green potion he carried with him and poured it on the location of the palm print. After being exposed to the sun for more than half an hour, the palm print emitted a large amount of black mist and gradually disappeared. After Lin recovered, he recalled his dead compatriot and sighed. It's really difficult to encounter this monster alone. Their ability to become virtual is too powerful, and they also carry an inexplicable power. Once they catch you, you can never get away, but if we have targeted weapons, especially with the help of sunlight, it won't be a problem for us to fight some ordinary monsters. It's just that the energy cost of the Dragon Ball is too expensive for this sunlight beam. The same is true for humans. The freezing beam has to rely on snowflakes, and the output is always limited. Fortunately, this time the mission is just exploration, not to kill all the shadow beasts in this world, and there is no need to go deep into the interior of the continent. Everyone is relieved. Then, after circling in the pyramid, they encountered 6 ordinary shadow beasts. With the help of Zhang Ming, they got through it without any danger. At this time, the advantages of technology are revealed. The 2 mechas developed by humans have never been attacked. The snake people were attacked 7 times in a row and were directly numbed by the attacks. If it weren't for the fact that this was a major event at the civilization level, and Zhang Ming was watching nearby, the 2 snakemen would have thought of just running away. The reason is simple. The mecha is equipped with a mirror interlayer that is filled with strong light. If the shadow beast wants to attack humans, it has to pass through this mirror interlayer filled with light, which is very uncomfortable and troublesome for them. As for the traditional dragon scale armor on the snakeman, although it is well made, in the eyes of the shadow beasts, as long as it is not fully surrounded, it is not much different from air. As for attacking Lao Zhang, the shadow beasts also have subtle animal wisdom. There are weaker snakemen to bully, so why do they provoke that terrifying monster? What kind of joke is this? Chapter 415 Successful Exploration. After burning another shadow beast to death with a sunbeam, the 2 snakemen looked at the power armor eagerly, thinking, should we buy a few power armors from humans? Although it is slow and looks a bit stupid, and its mobility is not as good as light armor, it has good defensive performance and does not attract shadow beasts. In short, this exploration did test a lot of effective data, which can be regarded as filling some gaps. What's more, the investigation team also found a large amount of minerals in this large warehouse, about 120 million tons. Although most of them are minerals that can be seen everywhere in the Sea of Demons, the total amount is not small. The snakemen are not so bad. As a biological civilization, their demand for minerals is not that high. After thousands of years of mining, the development of civilization has gradually reached a bottleneck. And humans are actually a little moved, no, quite moved. Zhang Ming heard the whispers of the think tank in the back in the headset. This is just one of the warehouses. There are 100 or 200 warehouses on the entire continent. Added together, it is definitely a lot. Maybe it can meet the needs of humans for decades or even 100 years, so these professors discussed for a while and thought that after the investigation was completed, the pyramid should be dismantled, and then some self-driving machines should be developed to slowly move minerals in the sun. Zhang Ming was quite helpless when he heard their conversation in the headset. There was no way. Humans were poor. Even if he did have a lot of high-end resources, there were not many low-end resources. It seemed that humans could only get rich quickly by picking up garbage. At this time, Comrade Shimama, who had been silent and ready to hold back a big move, suddenly shouted, "The signal source is just ahead, and the destination has arrived." Zhang Ming's eyes flashed red, and his eyes passed through the thick black fog and saw a tall metal pillar. In the perspective of the eye of time and space, it showed a bronze color, and some of the internal structures were engraved with exquisite rune marks. This pillar extends all the way to the top of the pyramid, and at the bottom is connected to a super-large sphere with a diameter of 16 meters. Hundreds of orange-red gems, embedded in the large sphere, emitted dim light. These gems may be the ones that provide energy for the antenna device at the top. Arriving at the final destination, the investigation team no longer continued to collect data on the shadow beasts. They stood back to back, each on guard in one direction. Zhang Ming held his breath and pressed a button first. Somewhat unexpectedly, the electric door actually opened with a creaking sound. This large elevator seemed to still have electricity. He quickly summoned the team members to come in, and Zhang Ming joked to the row of buttons, "Don't press the wrong button. This elevator can go to the roof or the underground space. If you run underground, you might really see the King of Hell," Bailin said in a soft voice. "I participated in the deciphering of the Moses civilization text, and I still remember some of the text. I think this button should mean going to the top floor." Then I pressed it. "Yes," rumble. The elevator slowly ascended with 5 people, and half a minute later, the elevator reopened. In an instant, the two mechas turned on the power of the lights to the maximum. Like two little suns, and countless shadowy things quickly hid in the dark, staring at the uninvited guests with ill intentions. The inner walls of this room are also made of mirrors, and there is also an openable skylight, which means that this may be a relatively important place. The Apocalypse Mecha stretched out its long mechanical arm and opened the skylight above, and the outside sunlight shone through the glass window. The vision became brighter and temporarily safe, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, everyone saw some machines that were still running, as big as refrigerators more than 2 meters high, and instruments like televisions and computers. Because of the different technology trees, the appearance of these instruments generally presents a bronze color, and it is also heavy to carry. Zhang Ming was immediately delighted. Then he directed the people following behind him to dismantle these instruments, and he stood guard beside them. "It seems that there is an interesting history hidden here." Shimama used her old voice to show her archaeological power. "I need at least an hour to dig out the history here," Zhang Ming hurriedly said. "Don't use spiritual language here, let's talk outside." "Of course I know," Shimama slowly brewed in the room. The 4 investigators were busy happily. Perhaps a piece of information found here is the key to future survival. For them, this expedition is a consciousness of sacrificing their lives. Now that people are not dead, it is a very happy thing to gain something after paying. They carefully put the instruments into the big shells brought by Zhang Ming. The 2 human patriots, especially Bishan, although they look silly, are actually intellectuals in the mechanical industry. The 2 snake people are also at the doctor level in the human world. It's not that they don't understand science, just kidding. As the elites of the younger generation, their dream is to create a modern civilization and move scientific thinking into their own civilization. Although this is difficult, there will be no change if no one does it. They picked up various tools and began to dismantle manually. Under Bishan's command, they dismantled very carefully. First, they tested the voltage of the civilization and found that many machines here did not need electricity. They seemed to use some kind of idealistic energy, that is, the orange-red gems to supply energy. These machines can be taken away directly after being dismantled, and there should be a lot of energy in the gems. Do we humans have this kind of energy gem? Zhang Ming asked casually. This thing is really stable, Bishan replied. Yes, there are some. For example, the star stone you provided is a very good energy storage material that can be used to make batteries. The energy density is similar to that of nuclear batteries. These mechas use that kind of high-energy battery, but we are poor, teacher, and we really can't make too many. Some large machines can be directly powered by nuclear power, which is cheap and easy to use, or just add gasoline. Like the aerospace plane, it is directly powered by nuclear power, so even if there is a little nuclear leakage, it won't be a problem. Okay, Zhang Ming pinched his nose, always feeling that people of this era are thinking more and more crudely. Of course, the Moses civilization also had to follow economic laws, and there were many machines that did use electricity. A simple and easy-to-use energy source, with a voltage of about 166 volts. Therefore, the investigation team simply connected these machines to the power supply brought this time to keep them powered as much as possible. It took a full 4 hours to do all this, and it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. They carefully evacuated and put the machines under the sun to dry. Everyone was excited. These were all machines that could be started. Especially the largest one, the screen on it was still on. There were some icons that could be clicked. Of course they didn't dare to click randomly, in case some important information was deleted, then it would not be too much to apologize by committing seppuku. The two snake people looked at it eagerly, wanting to say something but stopping, looking excited, but also a little disappointed. Obviously, the task of deciphering information was handed over to humans, and their snake civilization could only help. This is the difference between technological civilization and non-technological civilization. The snake people don't even have a semiconductor industry, and without enough talents, it is really impossible to decipher it. This feeling of discovering a treasure mountain but not being able to dig it is too powerless and too anxious. As for developing semiconductors, forget it, there is no such motivation. 5 golden ape chicken eggs can be exchanged for a human PHS mobile phone, which can be used for 10 years. You can also play simple games like Snake. Such a cheap thing, I really don't know who is willing to develop it. Of course, it is possible to introduce some simple production lines, but their world has complex idealistic rules and it is difficult to produce high-end chips. What's more, they are used to copying homework and have many compradors, so they don't have any research and development power. The two brothers and sisters, Black Scale and White Scale, are really troubled. They are more and more doubtful whether the snake people can survive this terrible disaster. In less than 200 years, the original chicken humans are already stronger than them. In the end, they can only quietly ask Lord Shimima. After all, Lord Shimima is not a human either. Maybe they are a close relative. Can you give them some advice? It's hopeless. Little White Snake, how can you two solve this kind of problem? Shimama said in a serious voice. Either you go to Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang is a soft-hearted person. As long as you go to him sincerely, he will dare to take you in. He doesn't care about race or bloodline at all. I'm not kidding. My group of bastards will go to Lao Zhang. If they don't go to Lao Zhang, it will be difficult for my group of bastards to survive. Lord Shimama was also worried. But for the two snake people, it was still difficult to make up their minds. They were not fools. Such a huge change in the earth in 30 years, even if they didn't witness it with their own eyes, just some details were enough to shock them. However, major events of civilization cannot be decided by one or two people. Especially some intricate interests have formed a huge vested interest group. How could they agree to go to humans? If they want to solve it, only blood and fire can do it. In short, the mission of this day was successfully completed. In a relatively safe environment, Lord Shimima finally began to broadcast the information it had just obtained from historical review. A mysterious spiritual environment appeared in everyone's mind. It was the first time for the two snake people to encounter such a magical illusion. They instinctively wanted to resist, but when they saw Zhang Ming waving his hand, they felt relieved. Chapter 416 The Truth About the Disaster. The bright room was filled with light, but it could not illuminate the darkness in every corner. It was noon, but there was no sunlight outside. There was only an unimaginable darkness, which covered the sky like a black hole. Earth-shaking shouts appeared in every corner of the continent. "My lord, the shadow beast has broken through the fortress and is fighting with the army in the Great 13 area. Quick! Be sure to transport all these precious ores. Quick! Go faster! We must evacuate immediately." A tall lion man was shouting something on the radio, and a blank look flashed across his face. Tears kept rolling down his eyes. Inside the pyramids, hundreds of thousands of Moses civilization soldiers were transporting ores in carts. There were more Moses fighting with shadow beasts. They generally used a type of light-emitting weapon and high-powered bombs. The earth was shaking and roaring, as if it could burst open at any time. "What's the situation? It's fallen. My lord, it's completely fallen. The speed of the spread of the Netherrealm is too fast. Our army can only hold on for another hour at most, and then it will be wiped out. We must evacuate immediately. The infected must receive light treatment immediately, otherwise my Moses civilization will perish." How many people are expected to survive in the end? The frost in the eyes of this old leader was like ice and snow that had not melted for thousands of years. 60,000. These 60,000 people can make space jumps through the backup base. They are all elites of our tribe. As long as they escape and ascend to heaven, there is a possibility of rising again. Only 60,000 people are left. The old leader couldn't help but burst into tears, watching the darkness outside spread little by little. However, his elite army was retreating step by step. This is the disaster of the Netherrealm. It is normal to retreat. Suddenly, he reaffirmed his willpower and announced in a dull voice on the radio, "Everyone, I know you are confused. Why did the disaster happen suddenly? Why did the shadow beast suddenly appear inside our continent? You need to know the truth. This is a premeditated murder. At the beginning, the 7 civilizations signed a contract to cooperate with each other and never attack each other. In this way, we built this continent with the support of various unique technologies, but this contract has loopholes. We really can't attack each other, but if we use the spread of the netherworld to destroy other civilizations, it is something outside the rules. You must remember that this Henki civilization is already a second-class civilization that can obtain a large amount of world source by destroying other civilizations. You must remember the name of this enemy. Remember them." The words of the old lion man contained a lot of information. Zhang Ming thought about it carefully and took a deep breath. First, after signing the contract, it is indeed impossible to attack each other openly, but the loopholes in secret are very large. For example, if a shadow beast is used to destroy a civilization, it would not be considered a violation of the contract. If the destruction of civilization is caused by a shadow beast, what does it have to do with us? However, the power to formulate the standards of this contract lies with this Henki civilization. The lion people do not know the specific standards at all. They have always been law-abiding and dare not violate the contract. As a result, they suddenly ushered in a huge disaster. But how did the shadow beast appear inside the continent? Is it possible that someone was contaminated but did not say it themselves? It is possible. After all, after being contaminated, the ideology will be greatly distorted, and even think that destroying their own civilization is a good thing. Even the willpower of the extraordinary will be distorted, and ordinary people are more likely to be distorted. Zhang Ming's scalp suddenly numbed, and he felt that this piece of information was extremely important. If such a traitor came out from the Earthlings, it would be a big trouble. Second, the benefits of destroying a civilization are too great. There is no need to carry this continent belonging to the Moses civilization with a jump, which can save a lot of space jump expenses. In the process of destruction, a huge amount of world source can also be obtained. Zhenki civilization, using its reputation of 6,000 years, made a big move at this last moment. The spiritual language illusion is still continuing. The old lion man, at the critical moment, is still encouraging morale. Fortunately, we have also built a backup base, which can accommodate 60,000 people. You are one of the 60,000 people. Take the worlds will and leave. The farther the better. Take our heritage, find a new world, settle down, continue, and continue all of us. I don't ask you to avenge us, but you should never forget history. Children, I will turn on the electromagnetic wave beacon, sending an electromagnetic pulse every 16 days. This beacon can continue to work for 10,000 years. Can you return to our mother continent within 10,000 years? Can you come back? When the lion man said this, He couldn't help but burst into tears and shouted, "Go, go, 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 go." He knew clearly in his heart that even if these Moses jumped to a safe zone, the situation would still not be optimistic. The secret base consisting of 60,000 people was too small, and the world's will would seriously decline, bringing about a series of terrible consequences. The output of the source of the world would be greatly reduced, and the cost of another jump would increase. However, this was their only chance. All the survivors entered the secret base, crying and shouting loudly, "Use me in the first battle. Use me to win. Where justice lies. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Use me in the first battle. Use me to win. Where justice lies. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Use me in the first battle." Their homes are gone. These soldiers who were willing to sacrifice generously, originally warriors defending their country, faced with a vast and boundless darkness, had to flee and abandon the entire civilization. How could they accept this reality? "Now I order you to live, live." Thunder and lightning, strong light, tearing the space. This secret base jumped to a more distant place. No one knows where they went. Only the old lion man in the lead was left, staring blankly inside the pyramid for a few seconds. Then, taking advantage of the darkness not yet coming, he contacted this Henki civilization on the communicator. He loudly questioned the diplomats of this Henki civilization why they did such a thing. Although this question was actually childish and ridiculous, it was his only way. The Batman on the other side of the screen sighed and said in a solemn tone, "In order to continue civilization, we believe that the disaster in the netherworld may be the disaster of the demon god. We must jump to another world ring to ensure sufficient safety. This requires a huge amount of world source, and you, 7 civilizations, have built a total of 7 continents. This quality exceeds our psychological expectations, and the research on space-time technology is lower than expected. The distance we can jump is really too limited. We have to do this. We must destroy you in order to obtain more world sources. We don't want to, sir. Everything is just for continuation." When the Lion Man heard that it might be a disaster from the devil, he was struck by lightning and muttered to himself, "So that's it, so that's it." He seemed to understand, tears streaming down his face, his mane standing up, and his mentality at the moment was mixed. Fear? Confusion? Sadness? Uneasy? In the end, he could only let it go. After all, he had nothing. He picked up something like a stun gun, pointed it at his forehead, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Endless darkness completely engulfed him. Perhaps, at this moment, death is the best way out. This terrifying spiritual language illusion caused the investigation team members to fall into the ice cave, and they were stunned on the spot. Even Lao Zhang was sweating profusely. Keywords such as "it may be a disaster from the devil" and "civilizations hunting" each other were really terrifying. The pressure brought by just the 3 words "it may be" is no less than Mount Everest. Only Lord Shimmer hummed, proud of the important information he had dug out. This guy was actually almost paralyzed by fatigue, but in front of outsiders, he pretended to be calm. "Little friend, are you scared? I, Lord Shimima, have encountered everything. It's not a big deal." After a long time, Zhang Ming came back to his senses from the spiritual language illusion. The story just now actually contains a lot of key information. The first is that the murderer behind the scenes, Zhenki civilization, clearly knew the loophole in the contract, while the other partners did not know about this loophole. In other words, even if other civilizations know the loopholes, they dare not try it easily. After all, once the contract is violated, the world will of one's own civilization will be destroyed, which is an unbearable risk. This is also the main reason why Zhenki civilization dares to use the disaster of the Nether Realm to take the initiative. Second, only the second type of civilization is qualified enough to obtain more world sources by destroying other civilizations. If you want to be a destroyer civilization, you must also be able to collect time and space tidal energy. If you don't have the ability to collect, even if you destroy a civilization, the gains are too small. Relying solely on the collection ability of the world will, the efficiency is actually quite low. Even if a medium-sized civilization is destroyed, it will only collect thousands of points of world sources. The risk and benefit are not proportional. Only by mastering a unique technology called eternal energy can the collection efficiency be greatly improved. This unique technology, once mentioned by Honggang people, is expensive and is a technology second only to advanced transportation. P.S. It's the end of the month. Please vote for a wave of monthly tickets. Chapter 417, the kingly root and the tyrant root. On the contrary, Zhang Ming himself actually has a much higher collection efficiency of space-time tidal energy than the world will, which may be the same as the collection efficiency of eternal energy, or even higher. However, he thinks that he is a gentle, kind, simple, and friendly person. He would not destroy a civilization for no reason. Even if it is a weak chicken civilization like the three-tailed monkey, he has good intentions. He treats the snake civilization next door with good intentions, but it is just slightly worse than the treatment of humans. The snake people obviously have a lot of background, and the development of the world will is more profound than humans. Especially biotechnology, it is particularly difficult to prevent. If a war really breaks out between the two sides, humans may not be able to win a great victory. What's more, Zhang Ming does not want to expose that he has the ability to collect space-time tidal energy. This is his trump card, and only his closest friends know it. His influence on the snake people is not low. The snake civilization can also contribute a small amount of source every year 1-2 points, which is quite satisfactory. So in silence all the way, the ship finally sailed out of this weird and crazy world. As usual, all investigators had to be isolated on the sea for a period of time. The investigation teams of humans and snakemen reported the matter to the top leaders through electromagnetic waves. Obviously, the key word maybe it's the disaster of the demon god, just the word maybe, is like a mountain, weighing on the hearts of all the top leaders, heavy. That's the demon god. What's more, after the possibility of civilizations attacking each other and plundering the source of the world appeared, the plastic sisters of humans and snakemen once again had some psychological burdens. But fortunately, no one has the technology of eternal energy, and the cost-effectiveness of launching a war is not high. Because everyone is a loser, there is a possibility of huddling together for warmth, and being a loser has become a kind of luck. Faced with this complicated situation, Zhang Ming sighed. What will happen in the future? No one knows. But he doesn't have any psychological burden. After all, he is the kind of person who will die tomorrow, but still has to eat and drink spicy food and immerse himself in sweaters today. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to support it. He is not the tallest in the sea of demons, so he is not afraid of anything. I always feel that everything that happens around me is like a dream. My dream of traveling around the demon sea has not yet been realized, and the demon sea is suddenly going to explode. Hey, it's good to be able to witness a large-scale fireworks display with my own eyes. Okay, human, actually you don't need to worry so much. If it doesn't work, I will cooperate to complete the Eden project. Zhang Ming laughed and reached out to grab the little gourd. You are getting more and more dishonest now. When will you transform into a human clone and then talk about this matter, paying cakes to people every day, just like a black-hearted capitalist? I work very hard, Zhang Ming sighed, but I don't have much to worry about. I have done everything I can to help humans strengthen a wave and help investigate this continent. Even the power of the extraordinary is too limited in the face of this level of disaster. I can't kill 100 shadow beasts a day. Anyway, that's it. I really don't have any worries, Miss Gord analyzed calmly. I think that the union of civilizations is a necessary means to resist this disaster. After all, human beings have only developed for more than 200 years, and the foundation is still too little. The only unique technology is the snowflake technology line. If you want to build a continent similar to the Moses civilization, relying on human productivity is a little bit worse. If you really want to unite civilizations, the better way I can think of is to merge the world will and control it in our own hands. In this way, there is only one world will for all cooperative civilizations, and the probability of mutual attack will be greatly reduced. It is impossible to get the source of the world by destroying yourself. The competition system of multiple civilizations is also better than the system of a single civilization developing alone. How to merge? Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment. The resistance to this matter was obviously amazing. The world will is equivalent to the true soul of a world. Losing the world will is equivalent to becoming a lost person directly. How many civilizations are willing to do this? Hasn't the world tree you own already merged quite a lot of world wills? It also absorbed the blood of the space-time worm and obtained subtle evolution. I think it may have such potential. Zhang Ming touched his chin. The world tree he had was indeed very different from other world wills. Other world wills could not leave their own worlds, otherwise they would die immediately, just like a person's soul leaving the body, while the world tree he had could be transferred at will and planted anywhere. It can only be attributed to the fact that the demon god ate too much energy, which led to its evolution. This is the kingly root I summarized for you. Integrate more civilizations you like, promote their historical process, and you will also have huge space-time tidal energy benefits. In addition, you can also take the hegemony route. I like the hegemony route. You tell me, Miss Hulu said faintly, like the demon god, destroy more civilizations to obtain more space-time tidal energy. However, it may be troublesome for you to do it yourself. Even if you kill one person per second, it will take 1 billion seconds to destroy a civilization with a population of 1 billion, which is about 11,574 days, or 31.7 years. As long as you have more world sources, it is also feasible to directly let humans to jump out of the disaster area. Anyway, I don't have human morality. No matter what you do, I will support you. Zhang Ming's scalp was numb because of what she said. This producer, who obviously has never killed even an ant, supports him to kill a person in 1 second? Ahem, this is called the evil route, not the domineering route. Isn't there also the lying down route? Don't you have a tree and a piece of grass there? Anyway, it's hard for your wish demon to be killed by another demon, so I'll hide in you, nibble on the grass every day, and then nibble on the tree after I've nibbled on the grass. When a new batch of fruits of the Garden of Eden mature, we can still live a happy and joyful life. Zhang Ming suddenly had some epiphany and clapped his hands vigorously. I understand, no wonder it's called the fruit of the Garden of Eden. Does this indicate that after the destruction of mankind, we need to create another batch of humans to be Adam and Eve? It turns out that you had anticipated all this. I like girls like this now. Next time, just follow this style. Don't think about designing it yourself. I'll specify it for you to save you the mental exhaustion. Zhang Ming shamelessly swiped out a bunch of photos from his mobile phone, and then sighed pretentiously. Most of the photos use magic science. Real people should not exist, so I can only ask you for help. Miss Hulu glanced at the pile of photos. There were hundreds of them, with many styles. There were tall people wearing black and white silk stockings, and there were petite people with twin ponytails. There were flat-chested people and big-chested people, but most of them were soft girls, and most of the photos were seriously retouched. There should be no such perfect personality in the real world. This shameless person actually thinks about sensual pleasures all the time? But she couldn't refute it, and even thinking about it carefully, this possibility is quite high. Who can be sure that mankind can withstand the disaster of the Netherrealm? Human power is sometimes limited, and when the time comes, it really can't be resisted. Even if you don't want to lie down, you can only lie down. I must declare that you can't have a harem. The botanical garden grows slowly, and it is difficult to support 1 or 2 people, and there is no way to continue to expand. Moreover, this behavior seriously violates the ethics and morals of human society and is an illegal act that needs to be condemned. Ahem, it's okay. Is it immoral to find a lot of girlfriends in a dream? Obviously it's not illegal, you know. Even if you are a moral saint, you can't control my random thoughts. He made a desperate pleading gesture. I make a wish. Tonight, in my dream, 100 beautiful girls with different personalities will appear, wearing sweaters of various colors. Wish demon, you can definitely do it, right? I can indeed do it, but, humans, you will definitely die suddenly. So for your health, it shouldn't be like this. Zhang Ming was shocked. I just look at beautiful women in my dream and do nothing. Why would I die suddenly? Wish demon, what are you thinking about? Zhang Ming saw the wish demon struggling on the edge of the moral abyss with white mist coming out there, and he was immediately in a very happy mood. He felt more and more that as a winner in life. Did he need to have troubles? No need at all. Let humans worry about it. On the other side, humans and snake people were indeed in a state of skyrocketing pressure. Meeting after meeting, discussion after discussion. It was overwhelming. But the lack of strength cannot be overcome by just trying hard and exerting subjective initiative. Especially the snake civilization, because the unique technology they control is biotechnology. They must have a larger habitat to allow these unique creatures to survive and reproduce. However, a larger space means that the source of the world required for escape will increase significantly. They don't even have a qualified industrial system. The ability to transform the Earth's crust is also not as good as that of technological civilization. Obviously, the pressure on the snake people is even greater than that on humans. The Golden Snake Palace is the highest ruling body of the snake civilization. It is located on the top of the Buzzhao Mountain in the southern wetland of the snake civilization. On this day, 24 archons gathered together to hold a meeting of the highest civilization to discuss the information discovered by Black Scale and White Scale a few days ago. Chapter 418, The Determination of the Snake Civilization. Everyone, all the information about the Netherrealm disaster and Moses civilization is here. The instruments that have not been completely cracked are placed on the Friendship Island and will be cracked by human experts. We, the Snake People, have also sent some linguists. No matter what, we must prepare for a rainy day. The chief consul at the time was named Tengen, who was the consul when he first came into contact with humans. Now, 100 years have passed, and he has risen to the highest position in this civilization. The higher the position he stands, the more he understands the laws of social operation and the helplessness of this civilization that can be seen with the naked eye. The snake civilization is not a very united civilization, and there are also great problems with the system. Although there is currently a Supreme Conservative Conference, the power of the Chief Consul is limited. A large part of the reason is that they have an extraordinary relic. It is called Xiangyao. Even their entire green world with birds singing and flowers blooming is built on the huge corpse of Xiangyao. Those mountains that stretch for thousands of miles are Xiangyao's bones and scales. Those winding underground rivers are Xiangyao's meridians. Countless underground treasures are made of Xiangyao's flesh and blood. In the legends of other civilizations, the power and extraordinariness of this mythical beast are also recorded. It has a snake body with 9 heads, eats countless people, and wherever it goes, it becomes a swamp. It is said that the water it sprays is more powerful than a flood, bitter and spicy, and eating it will kill you. Therefore, even animals cannot survive in this kind of swamp. In addition, there are some legends that call it Hydra, Yamada no Orochi, etc. After all, the more legends there are about mythical beasts, the stronger their combat power is. This is an objective fact. However, no matter how powerful a creature is, there will be a day when it dies. After Xiangyao died, this corpse became a paradise for life. The snake people are a race born from the extraordinary remains. The huge corpse was divided into 9 parts, and 9 snake people branches evolved. In ancient times, wars between them continued year after year. It was not until the modern times that the appearance of the Sea of Demons and the increasingly powerful alien species stopped the internal war. However, the history of the past is not so easy to erase. The more snake people inherit the blood of Xiangyao, the greater their innate potential is. They are born strong. Breaking through the bottleneck is as easy as drinking cold water. Ordinary snake people, who occupy the vast majority of the number, find it difficult to break through the bottleneck. They do not have the breathing skills like humans, so the civilian class snake people are like cattle and horses, without any rights. Well, breathing skills are really the foundation of human civilization and the basis of equality for all. This is not a joke. In short, snake people rely entirely on blood talent. Therefore, success is Xiangyao and failure is Xiangyao. Since the blood determines the class, those born low-class snake people naturally lose their subjective initiative. The development of science and technology requires the power of all living beings, a large number of engineers and scientists, and a free and relaxed cultural atmosphere. Let's not talk about 1 billion. But 100 million high-quality talents are always needed, right? Now most snake people are stuck with their innate blood. No matter how hard they try, they can't make a class leap. It is natural that they can't develop science and technology. There used to be an ambitious chief ruler who wanted to reform this issue. Especially after coming into contact with the more powerful Honggang people, who wouldn't yearn for higher productivity? Now even humans are catching up. But the problem is that the vested interest groups are too powerful. Relying on the advantage of blood, the snake people who think they are superior to others exist in large numbers, have a lot of resources, and control cutting-edge combat power. It is absolutely impossible to ask them to give up a little cake. Unless there is blood and war. But they don't have such courage. Therefore, the Honggang people's evaluation of the snake civilization has deep-rooted system problems and is still a feudal civilization. That is definitely not a joke. When the snakes thought of this, they felt extremely helpless. Now that the great disaster has come, there is really no time to reform. Everyone, the disaster is coming. No matter how strong Xiangyao's extraordinary remains are, can they withstand the disaster of the demon god? No, if we want to avoid the disaster, we must dig out Xiangyao's remains and build a new home on it. As long as Xiangyao's remains exist, no matter where they are, our tribe will have a chance to rise again. The snakes looked at each other. Xiangyao's remains had long been integrated with the continent and turned into something like stone. Dig it out? How to dig it out? Moreover, 9 branches that had grievances with each other have come together again. Just thinking about it with your tail will know how many contradictions there are. We also have to consider the issue of cooperation among civilizations. There are too many shortcomings at the moment. If we do not seek cooperation among civilizations, we will almost certainly die. If we do not seek reform, we will always be just an ordinary civilization. Even if we have the remains of Zhang, it can only be like this. Sir Tengnaa, do you mean to learn from the human civilization next door? We have a cultural heritage of tens of thousands of years. Why do you have to belittle yourself? An old snake man with a strong bloodline said somewhat impolitely. To this old stubborn man, Tang Anna could only tell the truth. Mr. Come man, you must admit that the current human civilization is more than one level stronger than ours. Whether it is the comprehensive level revealed in this investigation or the war potential, it is much stronger than our snake people, the snake man said. That's just because they are lucky to have a superhuman. No. Even if that superhuman doesn't take action, I think that the human investigation level is far higher than ours. In the reports of Black Scale and White Scale, they also clearly expressed this point of view. The number of times humans have been attacked is far less than ours, and the same is true in future investigations. We can't make power armor at all. Even if we make mirror or steel defense devices, it takes a lot of time. On the human side, it only takes half a month. Black Scale and White Scale, a pair of young siblings, are considered to be the young generation with particularly pure blood and the greatest potential. They may even become the spiritual limit. Such potential seeds are naturally the objects of all parties' wooing. The old snake man snorted coldly and did not answer. The Supreme Archon, Tang Anaconda, said again, it took humans only 200 years, especially the last 30 years, to catch up with our development the year before. We have even split into 9 factions, and there is no way to integrate our forces. This gap may continue until the day we become extinct, and then we will regret it, but it will be too late. This snake man who has lived for thousands of years is obviously thick-skinned enough. He just snorted coldly and stopped answering. Who doesn't know that learning modern thinking is beneficial to the development of the entire civilization? But the first thing to learn is to reform the interests of the upper class, share the cake with the masses, and stimulate their subjective initiative, to establish schools and popularize education. Just this one, who can do it? Since you can't do it, what the hell are you talking about? Tang Anna said again, no matter what, cooperation among civilizations is inevitable in this era, otherwise they will only be extinct themselves. I think we can invite the human expedition team to enter our world to discuss cooperation matters. We can even give away some of the remaining blood of Xiangyao, the foundation of our tribe's survival. At the same time, in exchange, we can also explore the human world and learn their culture and knowledge. This is the first step to enhance friendship and increase mutual understanding. The conference room was silent for a while. In the past, they would have expressed their opposition long ago. Inviting members of other civilizations to come to their own world has great security risks. What if the other party brings world hunters? What if the other party has bad intentions? As for giving away some of Xiangyao's blood, it's nothing. They have plenty of this stuff, and they have the most profound research on Xiangyao's blood. I'm just afraid that you won't come to me for help. In short, for this decision, the supporters and opponents actually tied. Because compared with the terrifying demon god disaster, this risk is nothing. Although humans have caught up with the snake people, they have not yet surpassed them by far. What's more, the snake civilization itself has many trump cards, and they think they can retaliate in kind. Almost at the same time, the Earth, Donghua City, was also holding the highest meeting of the joint government. Although the human side has retained more than 10 countries, it is generally a whole, and its strength can be integrated together. But facing such a big thing, it is really bleak. It is difficult to turn around when the ship is too big. If you really want to imitate the 7 races, the first thing to do is to control the population size and implement family planning. It may take a long time for the Netherrealm disaster to completely destroy our world community. In order to reduce the demand for living space, population control is a must. Under reasonable control, the population will be reduced by 50% within 100 years, and by 70% within 200 years. Even if it is a little more ruthless, it can be reduced by 90% within 200 years. In this way, The demand for living space will be greatly reduced. The gray-haired old professor introduced the content on the screen with a pale face. He felt that he was a wild animal who had lost his humanity and was only describing some cold numbers. Even though, behind these numbers, there will be countless joys, sorrows, angers and joys. The people in the audience also listened quietly. There was no sound in the conference room. The cold air from the air conditioner was like the cold wind from Siberia. Is there no other way? Said a middle-aged man in a mouse suit. Unless it is space technology. The kind of space technology that can create large capacity can allow the entire civilization to accommodate more people. Otherwise, population control is a must. We believe that the Moses civilization has also controlled the population for a long time, but space technology is difficult. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, Inviting them to our world. Even the unique space technology of 1A civilization, the cave in the pot, can accommodate 100,000 people, which is already amazing. The space gourd given by Zhang Ming can only accommodate 20,000 to 30,000 people at most, which is still far from the order of billions. Where did so many space gourds come from? He sacrificed his happiness to get them. In short, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. If such an order is really issued, it will consume a huge amount of prestige and carry out a series of social mobilization. Depriving others of their reproductive rights will have to withstand extremely huge social resistance, endure countless insults, and cause huge unrest. For a while, the top leaders of the United Government really couldn't make up their minds. Or find more evidence. Maybe the disaster in the Netherrealm just stopped when it spread to us. After all, the rules of each world community are slightly different. Of course, we can't rely on luck. It's always good to do more unique technology transactions to strengthen ourselves. Some constructive projects must also be planned, everyone discussed gloomily. Is there such conclusive evidence? How many years will it take for the Netherrealm disaster to spread? No. All the information was obtained by the exploration team from the ruins of the Moses civilization. More specific deciphering work will take time. If we really want to excavate the Earth's crust, have you chosen a location? The Qinghai Tibet Plateau is a good choice. It covers an area of about 2.5 million square kilometers and has a good amount of mineral resources. The Gaia consciousness of the Earth can indeed help divide the Earth's crust. Wasn't it the Gaia consciousness that accomplished the merger of the 7 continents into the Pangu continent? Everyone, how about this? After the investigation of the ruins of the Moses civilization is completed, we will use a large-yield hydrogen bomb to sink the continent. What do you think? A general in charge of civilization security suddenly knocked on the table. No one knows when the shadow beast inside will run out. It's always uneasy to keep the scourge. Not appropriate, another weapons expert said. Directly sink the continent. What if there are still shadow beasts alive inside and they run to the Demon Sea and spread in large quantities? It will lead to disaster. I think we need to use low-yield nuclear weapons to slowly clear out the shadow beasts hiding inside. As long as they don't reproduce, they will be cleared sooner or later. In this way, we can get a complete continent. This continent should be able to accommodate many people. This suggestion is quite good. 100,000 square kilometers, the size of Zhejiang province, can easily accommodate 100 million people if they squeeze in. The most important thing is that it is divided into dozens of layers, and each layer can accommodate people. This is indeed an extremely tempting piece of cake for the current human beings. As long as we can get it, there is no need to implement a self-extinction population policy. What do the snake people say? A national scholar snorted coldly. They can't produce hydrogen bombs, so why should we give them the continent? If they contribute, we don't mind cutting a few layers of the continent for them, but if they just want to pick peaches on the side, then, the atmosphere, which was already a bit serious, became even more solemn at this moment. For the survival of mankind, the coalition government cannot give up too many interests. Suddenly, the door of the conference room opened, and a secretary general came and trotting in, whispering a few words anxiously in the ear of a middle-aged man in a mouse suit. The middle-aged man couldn't help but wonder, what did you say? The snake people suddenly invited us to visit their world. At the same time, they also hope to visit our world. The conference room fell into silence. And the smartest minds immediately thought, this is a signal of cooperation. The snake civilization actually has such a broad mind and courage, and wants to further strengthen cooperation? It is both an opportunity and a challenge. So as time passed, the work of cracking and repairing the instruments left by the Moses civilization was steadily progressing. After all, this is a brand new set of scientific and technological roots. From the basic principles of the underlying chip, to digital coding, to the software system, even if the experts do their best, it will take more than a few years. As for the exploration of the ruins of the Moses civilization, unmanned machines will be the main focus for the time being. The government departments are not in a hurry and sent soldiers to investigate further. Under such circumstances, the exploration slowed down, and another major event suddenly appeared in people's vision. After a comprehensive discussion, the human and snake civilizations were ready to visit each other in the world and carry out deeper cooperation. This matter was like a heavy bomb, blowing up the public opinion of Friendship Island. Even within human civilization, there was a huge wave. In the past, the staff on Friendship Island had to keep their mouths shut about various human internal affairs and not disclose any information. Otherwise, it would be a crime against civilization. Such a big hat was covered, and it was really unbearable. So even if they lived on the same island, humans and snake people did not communicate with each other much. It was like two neighbors who could see each other but could not talk to each other. But now, this regulation has been greatly relaxed. Most of the exchanges will become relaxed. Even in the tavern, no one would come to meddle in the matter if they were bragging and farting casually. Of course, the suspicious demon god disaster, Netherrealm disaster, was not announced to the public. After all, the disclosure of such things will cause widespread social panic. It must be investigated thoroughly, and the government must make up its mind before it is meaningful to disclose it. In short, amid the heated discussion, some insider information also appeared on the internet. A well-known internet person interpreted the current policy: the mutual visits of the expedition teams to the world mean further cooperation. What does it mean? The price of biological resources from the snake people will be greatly reduced. At the same time, human export projects will also increase significantly, especially production tools such as excavators, which will be particularly popular. This is a great thing for the majority of civilians. The eggs and food produced by the snake civilization are super selling products on the human side, so there are naturally quite a lot of people who support it. No wonder industrial-related stocks have soared in the past few days. I missed it. Oh. Stock speculation ruins a lifetime, and investment makes 3 generations poor. The ancients did not deceive me. Fortunately, I didn't chase high, otherwise I would lose a lot of money again. The few opponents raised concerns about safety, whether the other party would do bad things, whether they would spread diseases, etc. Fortunately, humans and snake people have lived together for nearly 200 years, and there have been no conflicts over the years. In addition, the current human society is in the golden age, and people's self-confidence has been unprecedentedly improved. There are still controls in this regard, so you can rest assured. A well-known internet person posted another post: if the cooperation goes smoothly in the next few decades, there will be all-round cooperation. It means that the mutual exchange of talents will increase significantly, and even private tourist groups can travel to the snake civilization. And humans will also build a brand new city around the Great Academy of Sciences to receive visitors from the snake civilization. There are quite a lot of objections to this policy. If it is just the trade of goods, the human knowledge system will not flow out. The various knowledge produced by the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy is the true foundation of mankind. But opening a new city nearby will undoubtedly mean the outflow of knowledge. It is difficult for people with great courage and broad mind to show the knowledge they have worked hard to create to foreign races. However, in fact, there is no need to worry about this at all, because all knowledge systems, especially superpower knowledge, are mostly only applicable to humans. There is no point in simply copying. The snake people must do their own research to integrate what humans have developed. But research is too difficult. Academic atmosphere, humanistic environment, talent pool, government support, and most importantly, money. It requires a lot of money. The Matthew effect exists forever. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. How can the snake people create a research institute that is more powerful than the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy? It is really impossible. So this is almost an unsolvable conspiracy, And it is also a big step in expanding human influence. Zhang Ming actually supports this point. He does have enough heart to open the Holy Land to the side of the snake civilization. He doesn't mind things like race. The premise is that there are interesting guys among the snake people who are in line with his own ideas. Even if the snake civilization guessed this conspiracy, it would not miss this opportunity to investigate. They are eager to know how humans have developed across generations, and they also want to learn a little bit. Now, standing next to him is the first batch of the snake civilization expedition team. There are not many people, only 30 people. All of them are the elite of the snake civilization, and they are curiously looking at the human world. Among them are the two brothers and sisters Bai Lin and Hei Lin, whom he knows, and some old guys he doesn't know. He is a little face blind. Except for those who are particularly beautiful, most of the other snake people look the same to him. My friends, this is the highest research institution of mankind, the Great Knowledge Institute and the Great Academy of Sciences. Zhang Ming took them up a small hill. A series of simple buildings are located between the canyons, and the plants on the roadside grow densely. The Kalong train slowly drove from afar, bringing a lot of goods. There is also a blue lake not far away, and there are flocks of birds, like dragonflies skimming the water, passing over the lake. This environment is indeed quite elegant. Of course, for the snake civilization as a biological civilization, this ecological environment is not particularly amazing. Chapter 420 Sir, you may not be able to pay the money. Zhang Ming led these snake people into the Great Knowledge Institute. There were no red banners or anything like that. After all, in the two research institutes, the world is vast, knowledge is the greatest, and there is no sense of political ceremony. Here we advocate the concept of equality for all and respect for knowledge. The statue you see is a scientist named Archimedes. A long time ago, two countries were at war with each other. Soldiers from the enemy country broke into Archimedes' house and saw an old man drawing on the ground in front of his house to study geometry problems. Archimedes said, "Go away, don't touch my drawing." The soldier was very angry when he heard it, so he drew his knife and stabbed Archimedes, killing the great man. We have worked hard to create a free and relaxed academic atmosphere, just to absorb talents like Archimedes and promote the progress of human civilization. The snake people didn't quite understand what this story meant. In their civilization, strength and status are basically proportional. Even experts and scholars are like this. The cost of education is very high. If you are not from a famous family, how can you afford the cost of education? But soon, they knew what was going on. On the main road of the college, a middle-aged man in plain clothes, who had not shaved for a long time and wore glasses, came towards us. He seemed to be in a trance and bumped into a telephone pole with a loud bang and fell to the ground. Zhang Ming's eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times. Fortunately, people of this era generally practice breathing techniques, and their physical fitness is much stronger than in the old times. The middle-aged man just had a swelling on his forehead and fainted for a few seconds. This guy got up from the ground and greeted Zhang Ming casually after seeing him. "Hey, Lao Zhang, long time no see. Are those following you foreigners? Are there any mathematicians among them? Let's exchange ideas." Zhang Ming smiled and said, "There are not many mathematicians now. Lao Chen, have you proved your moonlight conjecture? No. If you really can't prove it, think about other things. This stuff depends on inspiration. If there are foreign mathematicians, call me. The meat you sent me last time was quite delicious, thank you." Then this guy walked away on his own, as if he was out of the world and didn't care about anything. The snake people were stunned. Who the hell is this guy? A rookie who hasn't even broken through the first level of a human limit. How could he talk to a superhuman like this? In their snake civilization, this is absolutely impossible. In the snake civilization where blood is respected, people with low blood must be respectful. The strong are respected is a social consensus that has been solidified for thousands of years. Even if there are mavericks who want to violate this consensus, the whole society will teach him how to be a human being. In the large lawn in front, there are few more humans hiding under a big tree, hugging the descendants of Lu Shu to sleep. The weather is refreshing at the moment, and it is a good time for a nap. And the Lu Shu was lying on the ground, leisurely eating the grass around him. He was not panicked when he saw a group of them, as if he was used to being a boss. Suddenly, one of them woke up from his sleep, as if he had experienced some extraordinary dream, and his whole body trembled, and shouted, "Haha! Taoist master, I understand." Ha ha ha, onomatopoeia can be combined with spiritual language. He woke up his companions like crazy, and uttered a few spiritual words from his throat, quack, quack. As a result, everyone heard it, which turned into the ancient poem geese, 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 singing with their necks bent to the sky, and even had the artistic conception of duck calls. Of course, there were only these 2 sentences, and he was stuck on the next 2 sentences. Zhang Ming recognized these professors as the promoters of the Human Mother Tongue Project. Spiritual language, as a sole language for deep-level information transmission, can be widely used in teaching with excellent results. If everyone learns spiritual language, it will be a leap forward in terms of internal communication. But the current human beings are still in a very shallow learning state for spiritual language. Therefore, the plan to make spiritual language as a mother tongue is a difficult and great project, which may take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The so-called road is under your feet. Being able to make up your mind to do this kind of basic work may only take a small step in your life, or even not take a small step at all. It is really not easy. Anyway, I will definitely not do it, but if someone is willing to do it, we should treat them well and treasure them. Zhang Ming laughed at himself. Just when he wanted to say hello, these professors rode on Lushu and ran away like crazy. He didn't know where they were going. Maybe they wanted to record this inspiration. Zhang Ming was a little embarrassed, but he felt it was natural and even a little proud. This is the humanistic atmosphere he has worked hard for 30 years to create. Knowledge is respected. No matter who you are, no matter what your strength is, there is no limit to learning, and the one who is successful is the teacher. The snake people are still silent. Those who come here are elites. From this superficial phenomenon, they deeply understand that the snake civilization may not be able to imitate these 2 research institutions exactly. Just this cultural atmosphere, they really can't create it. Of course, they have money. They have developed for so long and claim to be richer than humans. If we imitate the scientific research system here, select some ambitious people from the public, recruit them, promise to take care of them for a lifetime, and let them study basic projects, do you think it is feasible? An old snake man couldn't help but ask in a low voice, we can still afford this money, my lord, this is difficult. Bai Lin, who is more proficient in human culture, paused for a while and said, first of all, the basic education system of humans is better than ours. They don't have any innate blood, and they don't even have superpowers. Most of them are acquired later, so their fertility rate is much higher than ours. They start from the same starting line since childhood. This also makes their concepts more equal than ours, and the talent base is also larger than ours. It seems to be derived from the natural balance of nature. For supernatural life, the stronger the innate blood of a species, the lower its reproductive capacity. Therefore, the reproductive capacity of snake people is not actually high. The current population is only 400 million, and it is basically no longer expanding significantly. On the contrary, the reproductive capacity of humans is quite high, and the population remains at around 3 billion. Moreover, even if humans become masters, they cannot pass on their talents to their offspring. Even the current Zhang Ming is no exception. If Zhang Ming had a child, it might be a bad child, like Lao Wang, who would fall into serious mental exhaustion for the sake of his offspring. Although there can be some geniuses among 400 million people, it is difficult to identify these geniuses and dig them out from the people. Besides, sir, you may not be able to afford the money. What? The old snakeman looked at Bai Lin with some doubt. This old snakeman mastered the unique technology of raising 3-headed dragons. This technology was well known and sold overseas. He lived for nearly 1,500 years and formed an extremely large and wealthy family. As a result, Bai Lin actually said that he couldn't afford this money. Bai Lin was a little embarrassed and said a little lost, you will know if you visit the laboratory in front. The laboratory in front is the most luxurious mythology research institute of the Great Knowledge Academy. It specializes in studying the 8 ancient avenues described by Old Man Bai Zhen, such as the spirit plant system, array system, and seal script system. The consumption of precious materials is extremely amazing. It happened that a few young researchers passed by on the side of the road. After seeing Lao Zhang, they greeted him, Mr. Zhang. The array replication experiment failed some time ago. We believe that the failure of the array was caused by the different rules of the current domain. But we have roughly explored the corresponding principles. If we reconstruct them, we may be able to emerge the array. We need a large number of heavenly wonders, and also some level 7 materials, which add up to about 20 tons. How about I give you a specific list, Old Zhang had a blank expression on his face. He always felt that these guys were showing off. They actually figured out the general principle? Is it true? The formation is naturally very important. The spirit in the formation is about 3 times that of the natural environment. Whether it is the growth rate of plants and animals or the cultivation speed of humans, it will be faster. However, Zhang Ming still said unhappily, "What's the use of you approving it according to the process? Are you looking for me to give you a special treatment? It's a bit expensive, right?" These are the snake people friends who came to visit the Great Knowledge Academy, right? I am the director of the Research Institute here, Matthew. Welcome. We are studying the supernatural technology of the old mythological era, and we are eager for a large number of talents. If there are talented people willing to join your civilization, we will be more than happy. As for identity and race, we have enough breadth to accommodate any race. Director Matthew is also an interesting and wonderful person. He started recruiting directly. Of course, you can also visit our research first. The Mythology Research Institute is very large, covering an area of 600 acres, with only about 800 staff members, divided into more than 20 departments. As for the things inside, for example, the current research on the spirit gathering formation, about 400 tons of materials above level 6 were used. They were processed into sections like metal wires and buried under a large playground. There are also dozens of sophisticated instruments on the playground. According to the researcher, idealistic rules will interfere with each other like magnetic fields, which is the origin of the so-called formation. Only a big dog owner like Lao Zhang can afford it. Although most of the materials can be reused, this one-time investment is so exaggerated that it makes the expedition team of the snake civilization stunned. The old snake man who has the technology to raise 3 dragons is also terrified, and he really can't afford the cost. The entire snake civilization has tried its best and can barely afford it. But they won't pay this money. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Snake people may really not be as good as humans. P.S. It's a new month. I've dealt with my internal affairs and will soon set sail to start a new chapter. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 421 Set Sail. While these snake people were visiting the Mythology Research Institute, Zhang Ming made a phone call and communicated with Old Man Bai Zan. They seemed to be very touched. It seems that most of these snake people still want to learn from us, and they also know the various drawbacks of this civilization. We can allow some outstanding scholars to come here to study. You just need to help me keep an eye on it. I will soon go to the Sea of Demons. Under the threat of the Nether disaster, we have to go out and find some opportunities. The old sheephead was silent for a moment, and then agreed. Because it itself does not belong to humans, in its eyes, whether the members of the institute are humans or snake people, there is no big difference, and it will not discriminate against anything. At first, the old sheephead was still hesitant and did not want to bear the responsibility of the dean. As a result, now being the dean is a little addictive, and it really starts to care. It's not that I am addicted to power, but this feeling is really great. Every day, I come into contact with very interesting but pure people, which makes it quite enjoyable. It is completely different from the past barbaric era of flies and dogs. But there is one more thing I have to say, the old sheephead said on the phone. After all, this is a human world. Recruiting other species will be naturally rejected by humans, at present, because of your prestige, or the huge threat from the outside world, or because you don't have much contact with civilians. They don't say it, but this kind of rejection will gradually accumulate. If it accumulates too much, it will destroy the cultural atmosphere here. This is true. People's hearts are separated from their stomachs. The greatest advantage and the greatest trouble of human beings is the diversity of thinking. You will never understand how those weird ideas come about. So I'm trying to find a solution. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment and replied, I'm going to the Sea of Demons next week. The first goal is to connect with the Honggang civilization to discuss countermeasures for the Netherrealm disaster and ask if there is more information. The second goal is to find a way to move the Zuanwu world over, and then slowly transfer the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy to the Zuanwu world, so that humans will have nothing to say. The Zuanwu world is completely under the control of me alone, and it has nothing to do with humans. It can also be regarded as a preparation for the future multiracial alliance. In Zhang Ming's mind, the turtles in the Zuanwu world must be saved. The Zuanwu world is too poor and too backward. If it is not saved, the turtles may all die in the disaster. The Zuanwu world is an independent world. Isn't it Zhang Ming who has the final say on what race to let in? With a world as a foundation, it is also a fairly reliable foundation to build it into a multiracial research holy land. If the influence is radiated to more civilizations, the growth rate of source will also be much faster. Of course, this is difficult, requiring a long period of deep cultivation and operation, and more management talents. Uniting more civilizations? How easy is that? In most cases, everyone just runs away when disaster strikes, just like the Moses civilization, which was stabbed in the back by its companions in times of crisis. Can you prevent this from happening? Bias aside and fail into memories of the past. Even if you have amazing combat power, people's hearts are unpredictable. There are some things that you can't handle and it's hard to predict. In its long life cycle, it has witnessed too many similar stories. However, the difference between Biza and Shimama is that it still yearns for a better future and is willing to work hard, while Shimama has long been a rotten fish, believing that the world itself is a mess of filth and cannot be saved. Zhang Ming was silent for a moment and replied, on the one hand, I plan to build the Zuanwu world into an academic holy land and basically not participate in internal politics. If the individuals active in it are affected and intend to change their own civilization, that is their own business. On the other hand, there are many benefits to making the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Institute independent in the Zuanwu world. The Zuanwu world is equivalent to a permanent neutral place. The descendants of the Zuanwu inside, a few big cats and kittens, what benefit can they get from destroying the world? Without benefits, they will offend major civilizations, so naturally there is no motivation. This can reduce the risk to a minimum. Biza said, it sounds good, but does Shimama agree? That's its territory. Zhang Ming couldn't help laughing. Of course it agrees. It also knows that the descendants of Zuanwu need more shelter to survive this disaster, and now, Turtle Island can become a place for the union of multiple civilizations. It couldn't agree more. Zhang Ming didn't say another word. Contributing to the Zuanwu world, Din Shimama's achievements are equivalent to being directly huge to the sky. Its status in the minds of mankind will rise sharply. When Shimama thought that every human who came here would silently say in his heart, this was the world that Zuanwu once supported with its turtle back, Shimama would tremble wildly and fall into a state of spiritual climax. What? Can Biza's achievements be compared with my Shimama? As long as I contribute a world, Biza is nothing. Just like that, after the week-long investigation trip officially ended, the investigation team from the Snake Civilization got a frustrating fact: human research ability, industrial capacity, and talent potential, no matter from which angle, are much stronger than them. As time goes by, this gap will continue to widen. What makes them even more frustrated is that they can't imitate it. Everything can only be attributed to the damn, difficult to reverse feudal system, or even the slave system. Since the Great Knowledge Academy accepts researchers from the Snake Civilization, they naturally send a large number of the most outstanding scholars in this civilization. As a result, the difficulty of the 3 exams was amazing, and 95% of the applicants were directly screened out. The reasons are mostly, the heart of fame and fortune is too strong, different values will destroy the cultural atmosphere. The snake people who respected bloodline were rejected here, but they could do nothing about it. They couldn't even do diplomacy with humans or open backdoors, because the dean of the Great Knowledge Academy was an old sheephead, and humans couldn't even handle the old sheephead. In the end, only 500 of the 10,000 scholars passed, and they were the first batch of trainees in the Great Knowledge Academy. Perhaps these 500 people are the beginning of historical change. Or perhaps, they can't make a single drop of water in the long river of history. Bailin and Haylin are 2 of the 500 people. They are specialized in communicating politics, economy and trade. Looking at the thriving humans who can see a city rising from the ground in 3 years, they are trying to use spiritual language as their mother tongue and start the 10,000-year plan. Thinking about a snake civilization that has not changed for thousands of years, I can't help but worry. So they wrote in their diaries affectionately, when the outside world disaster comes, what can we use to save you, my mother civilization? Blood, war, and something that can change the snake civilization from the root. Blood is respected. Breathing. As long as the breathing technique can be popularized, the damn blood can be abandoned, so that the lower-level snake people can also gain combat power. As long as there is combat power, they will naturally pursue higher equality. I, the white snake branch, am willing to use everything we have to exchange for the breathing technique, including the extraordinary remains of Xiang Yao. Bailin and Haylin looked at each other and made up their minds. Of course, this matter is still very difficult. The power of the vested interests is too strong. There is no rush, and it needs to be done slowly. After Zhang Ming took the snake people to visit, he inexplicably got a small amount of time and space tidal energy, 0.16 source. This amount is actually not small, which means that in the snake civilization, some high-level people have been touched and determined to change the civilization. Hey, being a god can earn 1.6 cents. There are still people who don't understand such a good thing. Compared to making money, the status of the extraordinary is nothing. He wishes he could be a guide every day. Of course, what will happen in the future still depends on the efforts of the snake people themselves. Zhang Ming can only give a little push. What will happen in the end still depends on themselves. Then, the snake civilization also issued a large number of invitations to humans, including Zhang Ming. But for Zhang Ming, it was not very attractive. Because he was invited to go there once 20 years ago. The scenery of the snake people's territory is quite good. The morning sun reflects the towering mountains. On the peaks, there are all kinds of rare and exotic plants. Some are like dancing pieces, and some are like brilliant fireworks. Various birds fly in the sky, and beasts roar in the mountains. Such beautiful scenery can be found everywhere in the snake civilization. The beautiful snake is also very beautiful, just like the snake demon in the Calabash Brothers cartoon, with a sense of seduction. However, the snake people have a big flaw. The social system, like the caste system of the third brother, makes him dislike it in his heart. Moreover, there is a lack of entertainment products. In contrast, humans are too good at playing. So he was too lazy to suffer in the new expedition. In this case, Zhang Ming felt that there was nothing special about staying here, and finally started his own long-distance journey. Of course, this difficult journey is completely different from the last time. This time, we use the aerospace plane, which is 50 to 60 times faster. We really have to set off, partners. This time, our goal is not to go home, but to explore. We want to witness the magnificence of the Sea of Demons and open up new horizons. The friends are naturally in high spirits. Standing at the highest point of the aerospace plane, ghosts cry and wolves howl, and the roar is simply earth-shaking and weeping ghosts. Ah, woof woof woof, woof woof, Shimama's dog barking. Wow, Uncle, are you going to take me on a trip? Uncle, will we get lost? Miss Gord is playing the role of a female ghost. The big pelican flew over from a distance, glanced at them, and flew away again, followed by a few little pelicans. It was completely depraved. Chapter 422: A New Journey. Before leaving, the human side also told Zhang Ming the bottom line, telling the current difficulties, as well as the troubles that may be faced in the future, etc. Population control, crustal transformation, diplomacy between civilizations, production of nuclear weapons, further investigation of the disaster of the netherworld, civilization trade, etc. Each thing is heavy, like a lead block, pressing people to breathe. But Zhang Ming didn't have any worries. He had done his best, and the rest could only be left to his fellow human beings. In addition to the snake people, are there other civilizations around that can cooperate? There is a race called Akara, who looks a bit like a burly Viking. It is far away from us. It takes about 3 years to drive a ship, and they are, well, relatively weak, in the era of the Second Industrial Revolution, and seem to have no unique technology, so the value of trade is not great. Lao Wang spread his hands. 50 years ago, we received the electromagnetic wave signal they sent and established the simplest diplomatic contact. We now plan to communicate more and want to communicate using electromagnetic waves. As long as there is a little trade value, we will go there. Zhang Ming nodded. It's good that humans have this pioneering spirit. As for the civilization trade, humans currently have so many national warriors and have enough manpower. There is also a species called Pudge civilization, which is even weaker and is in the era of the First Industrial Revolution. It takes about 12 years to arrive by ship. But they seem to have some interesting biotechnology. They raise a monster called Meat Mountain. This monster can effectively process biological waste and convert it into energy. 12 years is a bit far. But Zhang Ming gave humans a large space gourd. If they use the aerospace plane, they will arrive in a few months. Lao Wen continued, the snake people have more information about civilizations. They think they are an above-average race in this community. In this case, we should also be an above-average race, Zhang Ming said, but we should still be the first type of civilization in the mouth of Moses civilization. Yes, I don't know how they divide the level of civilization. Zhang Ming also sighed slightly. The development of civilization is indeed not easy. These races may face a catastrophe before they develop. At that time, they can only leave it to fate. He suddenly had a sudden thought. What would happen if the arrival of the disaster of the Nether Realm was broadcast on a large scale? Difficult, Wang Fuman said with a wry smile. General power electromagnetic wave signals cannot be transmitted too far, and will soon be absorbed by various clouds and fogs. We need a superpower signal transmission source, preferably combined with an aerospace plane, to broadcast all the way. Moreover, even if these civilizations receive the broadcast, will they believe it? Will they make up their minds to change themselves? It's very difficult, Lao Zhang. I know you have a heart of a bodhisattva, but many things cannot be forced. Let's not rashly be the first to take action. Zhang Ming sighed and nodded. Lao Wang said again, you drive the aerospace plane, wander around for a while, and do your own things. About 10 years later, our trade group will also drive the aerospace plane, load the space gourd with full of goods, and then meet up with the Honggang civilization. Do you think the further cooperation between humans and snake people will go smoothly? Civilization-level politics is really a thick black science. Although the cooperation is increasing now, the mutual vigilance still exists. Zhang Ming is really not interested in getting involved in this kind of mental internal consumption, so it is better to slip away early. Lao Wang sighed, who knows? But it shouldn't be a big problem. Together is good for both sides, but apart is bad for both sides. Besides, we will have to participate in the transaction with the 1A civilization in the future, so, anyway, as long as both sides are still rational, there will not be a complete breakup. Lao Wang envied Zhang Ming's broad mind and fat body more and more these days. After this series of events, he felt that his dead star was constantly acting up. Facing the crushing of the torrent of the times, no matter how strong a single person is, he is just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Zhang Ming smiled and said, have you ever considered the plan I gave you, the fusion of world will? As long as the world will is integrated, everyone will be a creature of the same world. No matter how chaotic the internal situation is, it will not affect the unity of the external world. You are dreaming. Even if you, Lao Zhang, personally go out, you can't convince other civilizations to give you the world will to integrate. Lao Wang laughed. Unless they are really going to die, they may consider this plan. Of course, your group of turtle friends may not be on guard, so you should hurry up and deal with the Zuanwu world. Zhang Ming also smiled helplessly. He also knew that for the current situation, the plan of integrating the world will and uniting against the outside world is no different from fantasy. But no matter what, it is better to have an option than to have no option. Who can predict the future historical evolution? Let's go. He waved his hand and jumped into the cockpit of the aerospace plane. The engine made of nuclear power will never go out, as long as the fuel is added regularly. With human technology, the cabin of the aircraft is less than 5 square meters, which is not very comfortable to live in, and it cannot accommodate living furniture such as refrigerators. So Zhang Ming moved the big shell here. The big shell can be regarded as a small room, in which the furnace perpetual motion machine given by the Honggang people was installed. The furnace perpetual motion machine can generate electricity permanently. With electricity, you will be able to pass the boring life through computers, mobile phones and other electronic products. Although you can't access the human internet, but these computers can still play stand-alone games. Boom boom, after the aerospace plane is preheated, it quickly climbs the slope. Zhang Ming is very happy to get a taste of being a fighter pilot. The sky of the Demon Sea is a little different from that of the Earth. Its atmosphere is much thicker than that of the Earth, and there is also a layer of gale, which prevents the aircraft from flying into the universe. The flight altitude of the aerospace plane is 100,000 meters above the atmosphere, below the gale layer. The air here is thin, and the friction and driving force reach a delicate balance, and the noise is minimal. In addition, the closer to the outer universe, that is, the dimensional rift, the greater the mental pressure. And the more severe the symptoms of the lost people. Of course, for Zhang Ming, this pressure is nothing. It really flew. It can fly without wings. Xiao Bei, who had grown a little bigger, looked at the friendship island which was getting smaller and smaller with his round eyes, and finally turned into a tiny black dot. Suddenly, 2 tears rolled down from his eyes. Because on this trip, Old Man Baiza and Sister Pelican did not board the plane. It had a premonition that these 2 former partners would never travel with them again. Baiza had his own big business to do, and Sister Pelican, who pelicans are not inferior to humans in their lives, completely failing the gentle and peaceful environment. Everything in the world is so helpless. Just as money corrodes human nature, the environment corrodes bird nature irreversibly. Or perhaps, when they return again, the Friendship Island has changed a lot. Is it more desolate or more prosperous? What he saw and heard in the human world did not have much impact on him, and Xiaobei was still so sentimental. For the descendants of the long-lived Xuanwu, change is really a cruel thing. However, everything in the world is changing, crying and laughing, flying birds and flowing water, journeys and lives. The stories that happened in the human world are only less than 1/1000th of those in the Sea of Demons. More and more lives are longing for change. Zhang Ming also had a lot of feelings in his heart. When he was separated from the masses and loneliness came again, he seemed to find his crazy self a long time ago. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Or you can fly a plane and drift or something." I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't fall headfirst into the sea, then you will be the first person to hunt extraordinary people. Xiaobei shouted with disdain. Do I look so stupid? I'm Dr. Xiaobei. This aerospace plane is not a fighter jet, so it naturally can't do the lost leaf or cobra maneuver, but just ordinary acceleration and deceleration makes this turtle very satisfied. Even the stinky stone ran over and looked into the distance by the window. Large patches of white clouds are all under my feet. The blue and black Sea of Demons came into view, giving people a heroic feeling that the world is under their control. Suddenly, the stinky stone uttered a huge spiritual language. The North Pole, Xuanwu, has a lifespan of 1,210,431 years, and is destined to be a Xuanwu breathing technique. 10,000 years ago, I was worshipped by the Yanjiao clan. Now my lifespan has ended. I want to play with the sky and prove the realm of the gods. The wind and clouds are changing. This world seems to have been deceived. The clouds are constantly changing and slowly forming a huge storm vortex. The plane was violently bumped under the drastic changes in the weather. Then, as the effect of the spiritual language disappeared, the storm vortex slowly dissipated. If you miss, just say it, Zhang Ming cursed in fear. If you don't want to die, call me Emperor Shi, the bitch said proudly. Old Zhang didn't indulge him. He grabbed the stone and wanted to throw it out of the plane. As a result, he couldn't find a glass window that could be opened after searching for a long time. Finally, he could only suppress it under his butt. Vajra. Suppress it, Zhang Ming made a gesture of Tathagata Buddha. Shimama did not care that she was suppressed viciously, and began to tremble. Buzz buzz buzz. This guy has been pretending to be cool for 30 years and is finally tired. At this moment, he fully exposes his lewd nature and starts to sing loudly. I am looking up, above the moon. How many dreams are flying freely? Yesterday's forgotten sorrow has been dried by the wind. I want to meet you again on that vast road. You know what? The song this guy sings is quite appropriate. It's just that it's a bit irritating to the ears. A new journey has begun. How come the monthly ticket this month has dropped to more than 100? Cack, this is too miserable. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 423, Supergiant on the Ocean. The aerospace plane flew a long circle and returned to the sky above the Friendship Island, circling in circles. Zhang Ming made a video call to the control department. There is no problem with the plane. The mental pressure of flying in the air is indeed a bit high, so I'll go first. Li Xianfeng, do you have any other questions? There will be no such shop after this village. Solve it all at once now. Money. Li Xianfeng just said this word, and saw Zhang Ming trembled on the screen for a while, and coughed quickly. The money is enough, you can go boldly. What you said is not very auspicious. Don't die easily in the third life. The achievements you have made can be accumulated in the next life. Maybe one day, your talent will be better than mine. Zhang Ming smiled and waved his hand. Think too much? I'm not interested in fighting, and I don't have much of an adventurous spirit, Li Xianfeng said. Go outside and pick up more garbage. If there's any progress in deciphering the Moses civilization, we will notify you through the communicator. Zhang Ming laughed and said, say hello to Lao Wang, who has returned to office, for me. I hope that when I come back again, humans can become more powerful. The aerospace plane flew higher and higher, gradually moving away from the human world. Faintly, Zhang Ming heard the farewell of the Gaia consciousness of the Earth. The huge changes in the course of the Earth's history not only benefited Zhang Ming, but also the Gaia consciousness of the Earth. In the Golden Age, the ice crystal tree on Mount Everest thrived. In the past, it took 10 years to produce a snowflake, but now it can produce one in 3 years. Of course, the largest snowflake has been transferred to the small tree owned by Zhang Ming. This made the small tree look a little weird. At the bottom was the volcanic ash of the monkey world and the world stone of the blue crystal world, with a snowflake hanging on the branch, as well as leaves given by Turtle Island, and a dozen emerald green leaves. There was even a crooked leaf that looked a bit like a willow tree. Zhang Ming didn't know what this thing was. Maybe this little tree plucked some feathers from the passing geese and got some benefits in the snake world? When he visited the snake world, Zhang Ming also brought it with him. This guy has inherited Zhang Ming's habits and picks up some garbage every time he arrives in a world. Maybe it really has the ability to integrate more worlds. With a rumbling sound, the aerospace plane really went away and flew to an altitude of 100,000 meters. Friendship Island quickly disappeared from sight and could no longer be seen. Leaving my hometown again, I felt empty in my heart, with an indescribable feeling of mixed feelings, emptiness, confusion, but also passion. All kinds of emotions mixed together. So, the poet Zhang Ming was in high spirits and wrote a limerick. Life is a journey. Some people like to move forward, while others like to lie down. The reason why we still have a choice is that some people have leveled the roughness, some have found the direction, and some have paved the way. When they look back and see you lying down today, they may feel relieved. At least nothing is wasted. Just like when we drink cool spring water, don't forget that there must be people digging for the spring. We call them pioneers. The bard, who was a little proud in his heart, shook his body proudly, and then carefully hid the note. Because Shima was curious and wanted to come over to peek, if he saw it, he would repeat it again. "Show me, you are so stingy," Shima shouted. He coughed quickly. "Time to team up and play games. Hulu and I will be in one team, and you two will be in one team, 2 versus 2, how about that?" "Arwoo, great." The little white teacher who has returned to his true nature is naturally the happiest. On Earth, where does he have time to play games? The human scholars are simply lined up in a long line, one after another. Little white teacher also has to save face. How can he play games? There is no need to worry about the plane crash, because Miss Hulu can do many things at the same time, so just let her watch the plane for a while, no problem. "Human, I am also looking forward to teaming up with you. We are going to use turtle severely." "Sorry, human, I didn't replenish this soldier." "I didn't replenish this soldier either." "Save me, human, I'm running out of blood." The voice was a little clip-like. Zhang Ming always felt that this guy was deliberately seducing him. After all, there was no outsider now. All the friends began to let go of themselves and reveal their true nature, even Miss Hulu was no exception. Zhang Ming cursed fiercely. "Do you know how much ridicule you will receive if you lose? If you lose, I will whip you fiercely." "Sorry, I accidentally gave away my life." Miss Hulu immediately gave away the game character she was controlling, and then transmitted the message. "Excuse me, which girl do you want to name to come to your dream?" Evil Zhang Ming said unceremoniously. "Female ghost number 96, let her come out now." "Okay, please wait." Hulu switched to a somewhat childish and arrogant tone. "Uncle, why can't you lead me, uncle? Why do adults get so anxious when encountering such things? It's obviously just a very simple game. Why are you so anxious? Do you want me to lead you?" "What a stupid bastard, stupid bastard." Old Zhang suddenly felt that she had become even stranger after learning some knowledge on Earth. "Ha ha ha. Gah. The weak demon god combination, you are going to lose. Our turtle combination is the strongest." Shimama's sly smile and ridicule came from the big shell. "I was careless this time, let's do it again." So, amidst laughter and joy, the aerospace plane flew straight to the west. Time passed day by day, and travel time always passed quickly. The boredom and mental pressure of flying in the air are actually much higher than sailing on the sea. When sailing in the ocean, you can occasionally see a few fish and meet some friendly species. You can also go swimming in the sea and pick up some seabed garbage. But it is difficult to encounter creatures when sailing at an altitude of 100,000 meters. Even birds find it difficult to fly to this height. If you really encounter a monster, it is also an extremely powerful species. It is too difficult to stay in the cabin every day and play games as a dead otaku. One of the main reasons is that Miss Hulu, who provides a huge amount of mental value, is broken every now and then. The more happy she is when playing, the more tormented she is after it breaks. In a blink of an eye, half a year has passed, and the aerospace plane finally arrived near the Yellow Sand world. There is also an anchor left here in the past. Zhang Ming can easily sense the specific location of the yellow sand world. In the past, it took 30 years to get there, but now it only takes half a year. It is really sad. The power of technology is really too strong. Zhang Ming originally wanted to drive there directly. After all, he had a clear destination and there was no need to delay in the yellow sand world. Suddenly, the light of the world tree flickered, as if expressing something. Huh? Is there something strange near the yellow sand world? Zhang Ming pressed a button, and suddenly, the altitude of the aerospace plane slowly decreased, circled a big circle, and turned back. Zhang Ming looked closely and was shocked. A supergiant with a body length of several thousand meters appeared on the sea, with rusty iron chains hanging on his wrists and ankles. He squatted on the sea and brewed something. Although the huge body cannot be compared with a continental-level Xuanwu, it is definitely the largest creature found in this world community. The hair of this giant is actually green. Looking more closely, large pieces of leaves like willow branches are hanging down. It may be that a plant has taken root in his hair, or this giant can photosynthesize by itself to replenish the energy needed by the body. Countless marine creatures gathered in the ocean, swarming in densely. Fish, turtles, echinoderms, and coelenterids covered the entire sea surface, fighting and hunting each other, and seemed to be looking forward to something. Suddenly, the earth shook. There was a loud boom, like the collision between trains. Zhang Ming actually heard the sound of metal clashing under the giant's crotch. A massive indescribable things fell out. Crash! A huge splash of water was set off. The ocean suddenly rioted, and countless marine creatures rushed towards the indescribable product like crazy. Zhang Ming felt that his eyes had suffered a serious visual impact. Before he had time to complain, he heard Lord Shimma scream, "Haha, this is the Sea of Demons, Lao Zhang, go pick up some garbage, don't make noise, what is this thing, is it a transcendent, or something else?" Zhang Ming parked the aerospace plane on the sea hundreds of kilometers away and watched carefully. The giant's mental state was obviously not normal, and he looked confused. He was like a drunk, dozing off all the time. As night fell, the giant seemed to fall asleep, and his deafening snoring made the surrounding seawater buzz and tremble. Countless marine creatures were still struggling with the indescribable product. It took nearly a whole night to completely destroy the mountain. Then these marine creatures were reluctant to leave and spread out in the surrounding sea areas, and they were reluctant to disperse, as if waiting for the next batch of food to arrive. "Don't eat the fish here anymore, even if you have more attribute points," Zhang Ming cursed in his heart, and he became more and more suspicious that this giant was a transcendent created by other civilizations? Or maybe he has sensed the existence of the yellow sand world and wants to drink the lake water in it. It's possible, Shimma teased. With his huge body, you Zhang Ming may not be a match, or you, Lord Shimma, go and wake him up and try. Isn't it just a giant? Compared with Xuanwu, it's just a pile of shit. I'll go right away, but you have to give me some source of the world, the fearless stone shouted at the timid Miss Hulu. Hulu quickly hid behind the world tree and pretended not to hear it. She really didn't have the interest to quarrel with Lord Shimma, so she just admitted her defeat. Chapter 424, Giant and Little Radish Man. Zhang Ming thought about it and gave Lord Shimma a shiny little bead, which was about 5 units of the source of the world, a small gift from the snake civilization. The snake people gave a total of 50 points of the source of the world, divided into 10 parts, 5 units each. In fact, this gift is not small. A long-distance fleet carrying 50 units of the source of the world is almost enough. As for the source of the world he brought from the Turtle Island, there are 53 units, and the human side also gave him 50 units. In addition, the world tree beside him, by absorbing the oil left by the time and space worms, plus the accumulation of so many years, has accumulated about 300 points of source. So the total amount of the source of the world in the body is 453 points. Finally, he has more than 2,000 points of source, as a universal energy source, which can be converted into source of the world in equal proportion. But this conversion is one way, and the source of the world cannot be converted back into source, so Zhang Ming will not convert it unless it is absolutely necessary. In the end, I don't know how much money the little rich woman next to him has. Zhang Ming doesn't want to know, and he won't ask. Hurry up and throw me over. Lord Shimma was ready to embezzle these 5 points of the source of the world. Zhang Ming grabbed the stone and threw it viciously. Suddenly, the black stone was like a meteor, imitating Tarzan, and rushed over with ghosts and wolves howling. At this moment, the sun just rose. The black stone flew to the giant's head in the sun, and shone the light of the source of the world into the giant's big nostrils twice. It's all nasal mucus. Some of them have become stones. Is it a great treasure? The stone said excitedly. Suddenly, the giant shook his head heavily, and then continued to doze off. Is it okay? Hulu was a little worried. It's okay, it's very thief, just want to embezzle some of the source of the world as its own small treasury. Having said that, Zhang Ming still tensed his muscles and prepared for battle. Shimima rolled to the giant's eye socket again and continued to irradiate it with the source of the world. This time there was finally a response. The giant rubbed his eyes and sneezed hard. Achoo! The wind swept away the clouds, and even the clouds were blown away. Fortunately, Shimima really had some skills. He stuck to the giant's eyelids, and the source of the world kept glowing. Who are you? Why are you squatting here and polluting the environment? The stinky stone shouted in spiritual language. A cool feeling rushed into his mind, bringing a brief awakening. The giant slowly opened his eyes, as if recalling what this familiar and warm light was. But he had been in a daze for too long, and he couldn't even remember who he was, let alone how to speak. He sat there like a stupid goose, twitching from time to time, causing the surrounding tsunamis to be poor. Hey, do you have wisdom? Lord Shimima spoke in spiritual language for a long time, and found that this guy was actually a fool, and couldn't help but get a little anxious. The source of the world currently used is the private money it cheated from Zhang Ming, so use it a little less. Although 5 units of the source of the world can shine for 5 days and 5 nights, private money is private money. Shimima now has a kind of enlightenment. Why has it gradually lost the upper hands in the 30 years of competition with the Bizet? It is because it has no private money and it is too poor. If it has private money like Zhang Ming, humans will kneel down and lick it directly. So from now on, it will accumulate private money little by little. The road is under your feet, and it is not too late to start now. If you don't speak again, I'll go. Suddenly, the emerald green vines on the giant's head moved a few times, and a strange creature emerged. At first glance, it was a white and fat radish with a height of 1 meter and 2 meters. Looking again, it was found that it had arms, calves, and a lot of root-like things, just like the legendary ginseng doll. But because of excessive obesity, its originally wrinkled skin bulged, which looked a bit cute. The big radish was saying something, as if begging Lord Shimima to continue to shine with this light for a while. I beg you. Who are you? Are you controlling this giant? The not-so-smart big radish made a bitter face and begged humbly, kowtowing continuously to let it shine. The stinky stone enjoyed being begged, but slowly closed the light of the source of the world. Finally, the big radish endured the pain, pulled out a small root, and contributed it to Lord Shimima. This root, like a 1,000-year-old ginseng, is unremarkable at first sight, but at another glance, it is found to contain surging life force, and even has the effect of nourishing the soul. Although it is useless to Shimima himself, it is definitely a big attribute point for Emperor Zhang. It is also useful for its grandson. Shimima said in spiritual language, good stuff, then I will shine it for a while. Daluabo was slightly relieved, and glanced at the direction of the aerospace plane again. There was a terrifying existence there that made it feel crisis. He couldn't help but think hard again. About an hour later, the confused giant finally slowly recovered his mind and yawned a huge yawn. He seemed to have had a long dream. Hundreds of years ago, the fall of the red moon brought him a brief awakening. At that time, he wanted to visit the peak civilization, so he kept moving in this direction, but he forgot whether it was a dream or not. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of years have passed? He didn't know. Time seemed to have lost its meaning. He wanted to say hello to the black stone in the same existence hundreds of kilometers away. But he suddenly found that he had forgotten his name, so he sat there awkwardly. Shongshan, are you awake? There are guests. The giant heard a small voice calling in his ear, and he realized that his name was Shongshan. And the one who called him was naturally his wife. He was able to survive until now and retain his subtle consciousness, all thanks to the support of this lovely wife. The stinky stone shouted, I am from the Zuanwu civilization. Shimama, who are you? My name is Shongshan, from the 1A civilization. The giant did not despise this gravel-like black stone, but seemed quite polite, trying to control his voice. Thank you, sir, for consuming the source of the world to wake me up. This time I wake up, maybe it will only last for 2 or 3 hours. Why not have a good chat and make friends, which is also a great pleasure in life? The big carrot on his head ran to his ear and said something. The giant frowned slightly and said, "My compatriots have sent news that this world may usher in a big change, so I am here, waiting for the time and space storm. If I can drive these aquatic animals into the eye of the storm and let them travel to another world and survive, it will also be a good deed." The words spoken by the giant are not spiritual language, but the language of his own tribe. It sounds as heavy as a mountain. However, Shinma naturally understood. Just when he wanted to mock the giant for urinating and defecating everywhere and polluting the environment, he was caught by a human hand. Because Shinma was not the only translator, whether it was Xiaobei or Hulu, they could replace the function of the translator. In order to prevent it from talking nonsense, Zhang Ming pronounced it in the spirit language. "I am the Yanjiao clan, the archer Zhang Ming. Hello, Mr. Shongshan of the Wanhei civilization." Why not say that he is a human, because he doesn't know how to say the word human in the spirit language at all. Shimima was about to get angry, but he saw Zhang Ming said privately, "Well done, Shimima, you actually found a strong man from the Wanhei civilization. You don't have to return the remaining source of the world, but for the next conversation, you help translate it, and I will give you a small space prop, 10 cubic meters, which will be enough for you for a long time." The tone of this giant, a superhuman of the Wanhei civilization, is quite polite. There may not be many opportunities for such exchanges, and he is actually looking forward to it. Shimama didn't dare to get angry, and asked in surprise, "You have a space prop? You can't give me the big shell, right?" Zhang Ming snorted, "The space prop made by the rich woman. I just ask you if you want it, since Miss Hulu can cultivate a huge space prop with an internal diameter of 2 kilometers. It is indeed easy to cultivate a small space prop of 10 cubic meters like this. You don't even need a mature big gourd, a small fruit of the Garden of Eden is enough." Shimama was immediately very jealous. Why don't I have such a rich wife? I want it too. And suddenly I felt that there was no point in accumulating private money. Finding a wife who is richer than Miss Hulu is the key. Just when I wanted to dig a corner in front of her, I found that the rich woman of Hulu had directly drilled into Zhang Ming's clothes. She was stuffed with dog food and could only hum a few words of resentment. On the other side, Zhang Ming had already had a simple chat with a giant Shongshan about the great changes in the world and the civilization of the sea. Wanhei civilization, I haven't been home for a long time, maybe thousands of years. Oh, I don't remember. Wanhei civilization, with the word Wanhei on it, naturally the world is home. Every extraordinary person can go out independently. I am civilization, and civilization is me. The giant was very proud of the concept of his own civilization. If you go to another world community, or even another world ring, you may find another Wanhei civilization, even if our Wanhei civilization here has nothing in common with the Wanhei civilization there, and they are even different types, as long as the concept is the same, it is Wanhei civilization. Although Zhang Ming was as small as an ant in front of the giant still treated them as guests because he had not woken up for too long. Even mountain giants sometimes want to socialize. When they were talking, they shouted heroically, "Come on, cane." The sound exploded from the sky like thunder, and suddenly a green vine cane fell from the sky and landed on the sea. Zhang Ming stepped on the ivy cane, and saw that the cane kept growing like a living thing. P.S. The monthly votes at the beginning of the month are more important, so readers, don't save them for the end of the month. Although the votes at the end of the month are doubled, even if you're on the list, there will only be a few days left. Please vote for me. CAC. Chapter 425, Methods to Break Through Attributes. In a few minutes, the green vine cane soared thousands of meters. Almost the same height as the giant. Standing on this high cane platform, looking into the distance, you can see the rolling sea of clouds. The rising sun dyed the cumulus clouds into a bright rose color, and a large number of fish chasing each other on the sea, which is indeed a different experience. The action of the cane soaring is a series of means of this giant. It is also standard etiquette. You can't let him look down on all living beings, that's not in line with etiquette. Now that the two sides are at the same height, they are equivalent to peers and can talk freely. After a while, the big radish man on the top of Shongshan climbed up to the cane platform along a green vine and bowed slightly to them. This big radish man also carried a large basket on his back, in which there were a large group of little cubs similar to ginseng dolls, and they looked like big radishes. When they saw Zhang Ming, Xiaobei, Shimama and Hulu, They became more curious and cried yeah yeah yeah. Shongshan looked at these strange creatures kindly and said with a smile, "This one is my wife, named Mumu, and these are my children. Thanks to your help, I can stay awake for a few hours, get together with my children, and enjoy the joy of family. Shongshan has nothing to repay, so I can only give you food. Everyone, please eat." The big radish man took out some rare fruits from the basket. Shimama was shocked. The big radish man who begged him for food turned out to be the wife of this mountain giant. This strange combination is really unimaginable and a little shocking. Even Lao Zhang thought it was amazing. It's understandable that you take a big radish as your wife. But how did you give birth to a child? Ahem, it's not that your head is green, right? I dare not imagine it. As if seeing their doubts, Zhongshan smiled and said, "There is a hidden world here, with a mysterious lake and gorgeous flowers blooming around it. If you drink it directly, you will gain the ability to devour souls. By devouring other souls, you can feed yourself and strengthen yourself, but devouring souls will cause yourself to be polluted, and eventually lead to confusion. This kind of confusion is not like me, who wakes up from time to time for a while, and may never wake up again. My 1A civilization discovered this hidden yellow sand world 10,000 years ago and believed that this lake water has the potential to become anti-entropy technology. However, long-term research has been fruitless, and it is found that its real effect is cross-species reproduction. Therefore, these children were born with the help of these lake waters." His voice revealed a trace of kindness like a mountain. Those children who looked like ginseng dolls cried yeah yeah, and they also knew that this mountain-like giant was their father. Their family lived on the top of their father's head. Although their father had been sleeping for a long time, their mother could actually control his movements. The mother is a serious and kind person, teaching them knowledge and skills, even if they are too lazy to learn most of the time. With a father as big as a mountain as a backer, isn't it good to play every day? Father can't protect you all your life, Shongshan said to the children helplessly. Zhang Ming was also shocked. He thought that the yellow sand world with the potential of anti-entropy technology had been investigated by other civilizations. The effect of lake water is to help cross-species reproduction. Well, it seems to be useless to him. For humans, it seems to be a little useful. Without reproductive isolation, it is really a bit perverted. Zhang Ming had some strange ideas in his mind. But it's not surprising to think about it carefully. The 1A civilization is the strongest civilization in this world community, and it has lasted for many years. There are always some ways to forcefully enter other worlds. At worst, can't we catch a few world hunters? Brother Jin Ming, the archer, I have a small request. Although Shongshan is big, his voice is not loud, which shows that his control over power has reached perfection. Please speak. I am practicing the way of the mountains, so I won't be awake for too long. If I have extra world sources, can you give them up? The quantity doesn't need to be too much, 3 or 5 will be enough. As long as there is a small amount of world sources, my wife can wake me up at any time to deal with some accidents, Zhongshan said a little embarrassedly. In exchange, you can choose the treasures I have. In addition, I will tell you everything I know. This supergiant, after so many years of traveling, even if his mental state is muddled, his wife is still awake, and the accumulated wealth can be traded for some world sources easily. No problem. Zhang Ming picked up a fruit that looked like a peach, tried to take a bite, and immediately felt a stream of sweet water in his throat, and his whole body was warm and comfortable. Life +2, spirit +1, physical +1, his eyes lit up immediately. Good things that increase lifespan, although not as good as the fruit of the Garden of Eden, but even if ordinary people eat it, it can increase lifespan, spirit value and physical strength. Of course, his spirit value and physical strength have reached the limit. Seeing that these numbers were about to drop, he quickly transferred his spiritual attributes to lifespan. This fruit was equivalent to adding 4 points of lifespan, which was enough. Xiaobei was also eating heartily, with a pair of eyes, looking at the basket of fruits. Miss Lulu actually didn't need to eat. She wanted to steal one and put it in her own small garden, so that she could eat it whenever she wanted. Mr. Shongshan, I don't want your treasure. I just want to ask a question. Zhang Ming laughed and handed a small bead with 5 units of the source of the world to the big carrot. I have already mastered a strong idealistic rule, but why am I still stuck at the limit of the spirit, and my personal attributes have not been able to break through? And you, how did you grow so big? Seeing the happy expression on his wife's face, Zhang Shan knew that the transaction was very successful, and the other party did not have any excessive requirements, which was equivalent to buying only one piece of information. His tone could not help but become more calm and joyful. This matter is easy to say, but it is also difficult to say. Wanhei civilization is a civilization with a very long history that spans the world ring. Where's the real hometown of Wanhei civilization? I don't know. As for becoming a transcendent, it is very important to control a rule instead of being controlled by the rule. I would like to hear more about it. Zhang Shan said a very wonderful method, mind anchoring. Imagine yourself as a thing that can exert the blood of a divine beast. But it cannot be exactly the same as the original divine beast. Fully imagine the characteristics of the thing, and this thing is even more powerful than the divine beast, so as to directly suppress the violent strong idealistic rule. Only in this way can one completely control a certain strong idealistic rule. Otherwise, one is just borrowing its power, or being controlled by it. Either one's thinking is seriously affected and one becomes crazy, or one suppresses the rule too much, the borrowed power is not enough, and one is stuck at the limit of the spirit and cannot break through the bottleneck. Zhang Ming suddenly realized that he suppressed the rule too much, but what can he do? After all, the rules of the demon god are more dangerous than the rules of the divine beast, and it is impossible not to suppress them. Wherever the heart sets, the footsteps will be. Zhang Shan gave a simple example. The special blood in my body is related to strength, so I imagined myself as a moving mountain, and solidified this concept through mental anchoring. Since I am a mountain, more powerful than the mythical beasts, I can give full play to the power of my blood, and thus continue to evolve. But mountains have no thoughts, so I am often in a daze. Fortunately, I'm just not clear-headed, and I won't commit unprovoked killing. After all, the nature of the mountain is to carry all things and nourish all things. Can any real object be anchored by thought? Zhang Ming asked. Yes, even objects that do not exist in reality, objects you imagine, can still be anchored in your mind, but the difficulty is 10,000 or 100 million times higher. Zhang Shan sighed, because anchoring your mind needs to be anchored to the information origin in the dimensional rift. Remember, you cannot anchor your mind to the real concept of the divine beast. Otherwise, the information of the divine beast will enter your mind, and you will gradually get lost and lose yourself. Only objects that exist naturally and do not have consciousness can maintain their own self. Come, I will teach you a meditation method commonly used in my Wanhei civilization. Don't be polite. This meditation method is difficult and simple. After all, you are already a transcendent, but you just lack this finishing touch. I can see that you are a person of merit. It's a pity that you are stuck at this bottleneck. Zhang Shan smiled heroically. I have been in the demon sea for so long, and I always have some ability to recognize people. Your merits are great. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva, listened to Zhang Shan's explanation, and kept it in mind. This method is really mysterious and unusual. It's not difficult to say, but it's not easy to say. It's really a good deal to buy 5 units of the source of the world. He tried the Wanhei meditation method again. As the founder of the heart source flow method, Zhang Ming keenly felt that this formula has the effect of self-suggestion, suggesting that he is a mountain with great virtue. Of course, it is also possible to change an anchored target. But what should he anchor his mind on? Should he imagine himself as a real worm of time and space? This is not allowed. Compared with the devil, human will is equal to 0. In the process of long-term anchoring, he will be polluted by thinking, gradually lose himself, and become a real worm of time and space. But what kind of natural things are in line with the rules under his control? For a while, he really couldn't imagine it. Mr. Zhang Shan, since this anchoring method also has side effects, what kind of method can keep awake for a long time? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.